game of climate change one day, right?
Quantum physics.
So everything becomes accessible. At least my hope is, chunk of the community that is curious will have resources online that is much more open, so they feel like they can participate in that.
If you think about the scientific journey that humanity's been on over the last 300 years, it's been quite good. Just take us 10 years from now. Like, how different will things be?
I think the whole process of scientific research and development will be accelerated many, many times, right? Even orders of magnitude in some areas. And that'll just mean that we can quickly rule out things that don't work and hone in on things that work. Certainly, drugs designed by AI, they're already coming into trials, and that'll just increase fully. Personalized medicine for cancer and all of these, where we really haven't been able to understand, right, for various different targets, how to quickly design drugs. This can make it much faster and also cheaper, because right now so many of these treatments are too expensive to be done at scale. So it'll make this democratized and cheaper. And yeah, I think this will hit every area. I don't think any area is immune to this.
I think it will be interesting, won't it? 10 years' time, if it takes the average drug 10 years to come to market, and if AI systems right now are coming up with some of the potential candidates for a future successful drug, then in 10 years' time, are we going to see a waterfall of new drugs?
I mean, it may not be a huge number, right? Because you can't test all of them. It'll be more targeted. It will be personalized. It will
actually work.
Exactly, effective.
Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank
It's been
you,
fascinating. Yeah. Thank you for taking the time.
Yeah.
Hello everyone, good morning to all of you. Welcome once again to this live commodity analysis. Indian market will open in 15 minutes. Commodity market is already open. दोनों ही मुझे लग रहा है फ्लैट ही ओपन होने वाले हैं शायद. क्रूड ऑयल हो सकता है हल्का सा गैप अप देखने के लिए मिले. ओवरऑल फ्लैट ओपनिंग ही लग रही है दोनों जगह, क्रूड और नेचुरल गैस में. 12:30 लंदन सेशन ओपन, 5:30 न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ओपन, 7 PM यूएस मार्केट ओपन, और उसके अलावा 5:45 6 PM और 7:30 पर डेटा है. 8 बजे क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री. तो काफ़ी डेटा है आज. नीड टू सी किस तरह से मार्केट रिएक्ट करता है. कल क्रूड ऑयल में एक सेलिंग आई थी, हाई लेवल से एक सेलिंग का ट्रेड बनाया था, रेंज के अंदर था. मार्केट ने फाइनली रेंज ब्रेक करी एंड देन मार्केट गिव्स द सेल ऑफ, बट थोड़ा बहुत रिकवर कर गया था. लेट्स सी क्या फिर से ट्रेड बन सकता है एक बार. कल के रेजिस्टेंस पर से फिर से रिजेक्शन लेता हुआ क्रूड ऑयल. बाकी आई थिंक यूएस प्रेसिडेंट नेशन को एड्रेस करने वाले हैं कल शायद 9 PM ET टुमारो, वाइट हाउस की ओर से कहा गया है. देखते हैं क्या बोलते हैं. कोई मेजर अनाउंसमेंट होता है या फिर नहीं. भाई गिफ्ट निफ्टी को भी देखोगे तो एक गैप अप ठीक ठाक लग रहा है होता हुआ। इंडियन मार्केट की क्लोजिंग यहाँ पर है लास्ट। दिस इज द इंडियन मार्केट क्लोजिंग। 500 पॉइंट अप चल रहा है फिलहाल के लिए, तो वही ठीक ठाक गैप अप निफ्टी बैंक निफ्टी दोनों में ही देखने के लिए मिलेगा अभी। तो एक गैप अप ठीक ठाक ही है, गुड गैप अप ओपनिंग इन इंडियन मार्केट। कमोडिटी मार्केट ओवरऑल लुक्स स्टिल बुलिश। कल आई थिंक यूएस प्रेसिडेंट की स्पीच है, तो देखते हैं क्या बोलते हैं वो एड्रेस करने वाले हैं नेशन को। कमोडिटी भी देखोगे तो बिटकॉइन 68 पहुंच गया वापस। डॉलर वही $100 के आसपास बना हुआ है 99.5। थोड़ा कल गिरा जरूर था। सिल्वर 1.5% डाउन फॉरेक्स में। गोल्ड भी लगभग फ्लैट ही बना हुआ है अभी इंट्राडे में। ठीक है, और कोई मेजर न्यूज़ फिलहाल के लिए है नहीं अभी, कोई और न्यूज़ आएगी तो विल सी दैट। इंडियन मार्केट ऑल्सो गोइंग टू ओपन इन फ्यू मिनट। गोल्ड मुझे लग रहा है शायद अगर एक बॉटम बनता है तो वापस हमें 5000 5100 तक जाता हुआ दिख सकता है, वहां से फिर से एक रिजेक्शन मिलने के चांसेस हैं। ये अच्छा खासा गैप अप होता हुआ लग रहा है। निफ्टी बैंक निफ्टी में दोनों में ही लास्ट क्लोजिंग से ऑलमोस्ट 520 पॉइंट अप मार्केट ओपन हो रहा है। निफ्टी 22,900 के अप्रोक्सीमेटली, एंड बैंक निफ्टी भी ऑलमोस्ट 2.5% अप है 51,430 के आसपास। देखते हैं सेलिंग प्रेशर क्या फिर से इंसर्ट होता है या फिर नहीं। क्योंकि इंडियन मार्केट ओपन गैप अप ओपन होते ही रिजेक्शन मिलता हुआ। ओके, देखना पड़ेगा एक नेचुरल गैस क्रूड ऑयल क्या साइडवेज जाते हैं या फिर कुछ मूव करते हैं। ठीक है, वापस रिकवरी करता हुआ गैप अप के बाद भी थोड़ा रिजेक्शन जरूर था 1 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पे, देन रिगेन। फर्स्ट 15 मिनट की कैंडल का वेट करेंगे कुछ अगर सेटअप बनता है निफ्टी में। ये रेजिस्टेंस पर ही है अभी एग्जैक्टली निफ्टी फ्यूचर। देखते हैं क्या ये ब्रेकआउट करता है फिर रिजेक्शन लेता है 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पर। रेजिस्टेंस पर ही ओपन हुआ है। ये आपका 27 मार्च निफ्टी फ्यूचर में 27 मार्च का जो ओपनिंग प्राइस का जो जोन था 15 मिनट का वो भी रेजिस्टेंस है। तो 23,050 से 23,150 दैट इज ऑल्सो अ रेजिस्टेंस जोन। मुझे लग तो नहीं रहा है जाना चाहिए 23,150 के ऊपर, सस्टेन होना तो नहीं चाहिए लॉजिकली। कोई न्यूज़ नहीं आती है तो रिजेक्शन मिलना चाहिए इस जोन से वापस से प्राइस को निफ्टी फ्यूचर में। वही क्रूड नेचुरल गैस को देखते हैं, थोड़ा सा वेट करना पड़ेगा। अभी तो साइडवेज ही हो गया। कल सेलिंग जरूर आई थी मार्केट में हाई लेवल से, रेजिस्टेंस पे रेंज ब्रेक करी थी, मैंने बताया था आप लोगों को। यहाँ पर एक छोटा सा सपोर्ट भी है रेजिस्टेंस के साथ साथ, उसके नीचे एक के नीचे एक दो कैंडल क्लोज होती हैं तो और गिरेगा। एक कैंडल क्लोज जरूर हुई, इसके नीचे एक और कैंडल क्लोज अभी तक हुई नहीं है, वापस ऊपर आ गया प्राइस। ऑफ काइंड ऑफ फेक ब्रेकडाउन बट ठीक है, मोमेंटम कर गया था क्लोजिंग होते होते रेजिस्टेंस जोन से ऑलमोस्ट 400 450 पॉइंट मूव करके। फाइनल टारगेट आता तो अच्छा रहता, वहाँ पर सपोर्ट अच्छा है। currently consolidating on a higher end. सेम नेचुरल गैस में एक बाइंग थी, वहां पर एक पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट था, रेजिस्टेंस था एमसीएक्स में, फॉरेक्स में नहीं था, नहीं किया सेल, बट वहीं से सेलिंग भी आ गई एमसीएक्स के अकॉर्डिंग। ठीक है, क्रूड ऑयल देखो वापस रेंज बाउंड ही हो गया ये। वापस रेंज बाउंड हो गया, कल वाली जो रेंज थी ना वो फिर से बन गई है। यहाँ ऊपर अभी भी रेजिस्टेंस बना हुआ है, ये जो कल का एक छोटा सा यहाँ पर सपोर्ट जोन था, मार्केट ने ब्रेकडाउन जरूर किया था, वापस उसके ऊपर क्लोज कर दिया, उसके ऊपर एक नीचे कैंडल एक और क्लोज करती तो ये ब्रेकडाउन माना जाता है, बट ऐसा है नहीं, तो ये अभी भी रेंज है इसके अंदर। दिस इज स्टिल अ रेंज इन क्रूड ऑयल। अभी भी किसी भी साइड पे ब्रेकआउट या ब्रेकडाउन नहीं हुआ है, 200 पॉइंट की रेंज थी वो अभी भी इंटैक्ट है। नीचे 9650 और ऊपर 9850, तो रेंज है 200 पॉइंट की। मुझे लगता है किसी एक साइड क्लोज हो जाए तो बेटर है। एक्सपेक्टिंग इन क्रूड ऑयल कोई नया रेजिस्टेंस क्रिएट करे फिर गिरे तो ज़्यादा सेफ है ट्रेड करने के लिए। रेंज के अंदर ही है नेचुरल गैस क्रूड ऑयल, थोड़ा वेट करेंगे, ठीक है, अभी मत जाना एंट्री करते वक्त। आपके क्रूड ऑयल को देखोगे फर्स्ट 15 मिनट की कैंडल के बाहर निकल गया, विच इज़ अ गुड साइन. नाउ वी कैन एक्सपेक्ट, लेट्स सी रेंज ब्रेकआउट करता है या फिर नहीं, कल की जो रेंज थी. तो ये कैंडल एक बार क्लोज कर जाए फिर देखते हैं क्रूड ऑयल में। ओवरऑल तो रेंज के अंदर ही चल रहा है, फर्स्ट 15 मिनट के कैंडल के बाहर निकल गया, विच इज़ अ गुड साइन। नीड अ कंफर्मेशन। प्रीवियस कैंडल देखो क्लोज हो गई है, प्राइस वापस अगर अब आता है कल के हाई के आसपास तो यहाँ से एक वापस सेलिंग का प्लान करेंगे। नीचे भी एक सपोर्ट है बट मुझे लग रहा है अभी ये ब्रेक हो जाना चाहिए इजीली। वी कैन एक्सपेक्ट द सेल ऑफ और अ ब्रेक डाउन ऑफ बिलो लेवल। अभी भी सपोर्ट पे है। ये तो एक सेलिंग का ट्रेड यू कैन एक्सपेक्ट फ्रॉम हियर। नीचे आएगा तो एक देखते हैं बाइंग यहाँ से फिर से वापस। बट मुझे सेलिंग थोड़ी ज़्यादा अच्छी लग रही है। सपोर्ट मुझे लग रहा है शायद ब्रेक हो जाना चाहिए क्योंकि ये सपोर्ट मार्केट टेस्ट कर चुका है कल। अब नीचे ब्रेक करता है रेंज के 9400 के नीचे सक्सेसफुली तो फिर हम एक्सपेक्ट करेंगे प्राइस शुड गो टुवर्ड्स जो कल का लेवल हम देख रहे थे। 8950 वहाँ की ओर प्राइस मूव करना चाहिए इन दैट केस। ये भी सपोर्ट है बट मुझे लग रहा है ब्रेक हो जाना चाहिए। लॉजिकली तो हो जाना चाहिए यहाँ पर अब। वेल याद रखना रेंज है, मुझे लग रहा है शायद नीचे का सपोर्ट अब ये ब्रेक हो जाना चाहिए। एज आई सेड अर्लियर, नीचे ब्रेक होता है तो हमें एक नीचे यहाँ का कल का जो हम टारगेट एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे थे वो मिल सकता है वापस से। ऊपर अब जाना है तो मार्केट को ब्रेकआउट करना पड़ेगा प्रॉपरली अबव 9820 के ऊपर, तभी कुछ कह पाएंगे ऊपर जाएगा, अदरवाइज चांसेस कम है इस लेवल के ऊपर सस्टेन करने के। ये भी एक सपोर्ट है आपका 9400 के आसपास, बट मुझे लग रहा है ये ऑलरेडी टेस्ट हो चुका है, तो ब्रेकडाउन होने के इसके ज़्यादा चांसेस हैं। अभी हुआ नहीं है बट चांसेस ज़्यादा है, प्रोबेबिलिटी इज़ वेरी हाई ऑन दैट पर्टिकुलर जोन। यहाँ पर कल एक बार बाइंग ऑलरेडी एक बार आई थी, ये दूसरी बार आई थी, तो ये लोअर हाई बना है। अभी आएगा तो थर्ड टाइम होगा मार्केट इस पर्टिकुलर जोन पे 9400 के अप्रॉक्सीमेटली। UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer will address the nation Wednesday morning, Politics UK reports, become the third leader to do so the same day alongside US President Donald Trump and Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese। तीनों के तीनों एक ही दिन एड्रेस करने वाले हैं नेशन को। Israel Chief of Staff says they have eliminated most of the command chain in Iran। बाकी थोड़ी देर पहले जो स्टेटमेंट आया था फ्रॉम Iran's foreign minister that we received communication from the USA, which is a positive statement, you can say it. देखोगे मुझे लग रहा है शायद गोल्ड अगर जाता है ऊपर तो एक पॉसिबिलिटी बनती है गोल्ड में, जैसा मैंने मॉर्निंग पे ही बताया था, 5000 के आसपास प्राइस वापस से जा सकता है। वहां से वापस से एक रिजेक्शन मिलने के चांसेस हैं। तो 5000 इज स्टिल अ रेजिस्टेंस, मेजर रेजिस्टेंस इफ प्राइस गो टुवर्ड्स दैट। डाउन साइड पे 4240 250 के आसपास सपोर्ट बना हुआ है। मार्केट ऑलरेडी टेस्टेड दैट। देखना पड़ेगा वापस आएगा तो यहाँ पर रुकता है या फिर ब्रेक करता है, बिकॉज अगर इसके नीचे मार्केट डेली टाइम फ्रेम पे सस्टेन करता है 4250 के नीचे, डेफिनेटली वी कैन गो टुवर्ड्स 3500। उससे पहले एक बार 4000 के आसपास भी रुकेगा। यस। लग रहा है गोल्ड एक बार शायद वापस अगर नीचे आया फॉल करता है 3500 मुझे लग रहा है इमिनेंट है, अच्छा लेवल रहेगा वापस बाइंग के लिए इफ इट ब्रेक 4250 लेवल। नीचे 8950 देखते हैं, अगर एक क्रूड गिरता है 8950 तक अच्छा लेवल रहेगा यहाँ पर वापस बाइंग करने के लिए। आई एम एक्सपेक्टिंग यहाँ तक कल का जो टारगेट था मिले हमें। दैट इज़ द ओनली सपोर्ट राइट नाउ आई कैन सी। वापस अगर पुल बैक आता है तो वापस सेल कर सकते हैं क्रूड ऑयल में। यहाँ पर बाई मत करना, डोंट बाई इन दिस लेवल 9426। हल्का सा ही पुल बैक आया तो वापस सेलिंग की री एंट्री हो सकती है। सही है, मार्केट डीप लेवल से रिजेक्शन लेके आया है तो सेलिंग अच्छी मिल सकती है कंटिन्यूएशन में। टारगेट लगाए रखा है 8000, इसको प्रेस कर देते हैं। एक second। ठीक है, 8950 का आपका टारगेट रहने वाला है। वहां पर देखेंगे मार्केट रुकेगा नहीं रुकेगा, बिकॉज वहां पर भी एक बार सपोर्ट ले चुका है, दूसरी बार तीसरी बार आएगा सर, थर्ड टाइम आएगा तो इट इज गुड सपोर्ट एरिया। सेम जैसा यहाँ पर नेचुरल गैस में क्रूड ऑयल में रेजिस्टेंस पे हुआ है, सिमिलरली है सिचुएशन। बैग आता है तो सेलिंग का यूज करना, बाइंग के लिए मत जाना अब मेरे अकॉर्डिंग। Today we are in a selling zone in crude oil. बाइंग लोअर एंड से ही एक्सपेक्ट करेंगे। ओके गाइस, क्रूड ऑयल टारगेट डन सेलिंग में। यहाँ से देखो एक बाइंग एक्सपेक्टेड है, सेलिंग वाले एग्जिट कर लेना, ठीक है। एग्जिट द सेलर्स ट्रेड नाउ, वी कैन एक्सपेक्ट सम बाइंग इन दिस एरिया इन क्रूड ऑयल। जब ऊपर भी जाता है तो मुझे लग रहा है प्राइस कुछ खास जाने के चांसेस कम ही हैं। ऊपर 9670 के ऊपर मेजर रेजिस्टेंस बन गया बिकॉज इस एरिया पे अब यहाँ से एक बाइंग का प्लान है। देखते हैं ये होल्ड करता है नहीं करता। यहाँ से भी दो बार बाइंग आ गई है, एक बार मार्केट ने हाई बनाया, दूसरी बार हायर हाई बनाया, तो एक थर्ड टाइम जरूर आएगी बाइंग। एक्सपेक्टेड बाइंग फ्रॉम दिस एरिया अगेन। ज़्यादा रिस्क मत लेना, एसएल बड़े बन रहे हैं बिकॉज ऑलमोस्ट देखोगे तो मार्केट फॉल 700 पॉइंट अप्रोक्सीमेटली। नेचुरल गैस में भी थोड़ा फॉल आया है, देखते हैं इसमें भी कुछ बनता है तो मुझे लग रहा है शायद नेचुरल गैस और गिर सकता है। पॉसिबिलिटी इज़ वेरी हाई दैट नेचुरल गैस फॉल मोर फ्रॉम दिस एरिया। क्रूड में मैं फिर भी थोड़ा बहुत पुल बैक एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा हूँ, देखना पड़ेगा। 8950 के नीचे ब्रेकडाउन प्रॉपर्ली नहीं होना चाहिए, इसके नीचे प्रॉपर्ली ब्रेकडाउन हुआ तो थोड़ा सा प्रॉब्लम जरूर होगी। टिल देन इट इज़ गुड। बाकी गोल्ड भी बुलिस है, completely एक्सपेक्टेड है। गोल्ड विल गो टुवर्ड्स $5000 नेट टू सी। डायरेक्टली जाता है, थोड़ा पुल बैक देता है, बट या 5000 विल इमिनेंट लुक्स लाइक। बाकी मुझे लग रहा है नीचे एक बार जरूर आएगा 3500 भी। वो एक एरिया रहेगा जहाँ पर एक प्रॉपरली हम एक्सपेक्ट करेंगे बाइंग मार्केट में मिले वापस से। भी करते रहो गाइस, डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम। ठीक है। नेचुरल गैस मुझे लग रहा है फॉल होगा, डेफिनेटली लग रहा है. How gold react at 5,000 level, $5,000 level? Will it redirect it to selling pressure or not? $5,000 के आसपास. नीचे ध्यान रखना 4,000 to 30 to 40 के नीचे अगर सस्टेन करता है प्राइस तो वी कैन गो टुवर्ड्स 3,500. अगर 3,500 पे भी नहीं रुकते हैं तो फिर 2,900 वी कैन एक्सपेक्ट. वैसे रुकेंगे ऐसा नहीं है, मुझे नहीं लगता डायरेक्टली प्राइस आएगा. बट दीज आर सम लेवल्स वी कैन एक्सपेक्ट, बिकॉज ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस भी जरूर बनेंगे तो वहां से सेलिंग भी आएगी. फर्स्ट सेल ऑफ ऑलरेडी 15%, सेकेंड 30, फोर्थ 40. में कितना है इसमें? वीकली डेली दोनों ही सपोर्ट दिख रहा है 34 500 के आसपास. कल जितना गेन लिया था मार्केट ने ऑलमोस्ट उतना ही वापस आ गया नीचे, सारा गेन रिड्यूस। बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट लेवल है क्रूड ऑयल का ये, अगर अब ये यहाँ पर होल्ड, वैसे तो होना चाहिए, अच्छा सपोर्ट है, बट आई नहीं चांस अगर ये सक्सेसफुली ब्रेक डाउन करके चला गया डाउन साइड पे। अगर होल्ड नहीं हुआ तो मुझे लग रहा है वापस हम 7200 के आसपास चले जाएंगे, वेरी हाई चांसेस। निफ्टी भी साइडवेज ही चल रहा है, मॉर्निंग से 15 मिनट की कैंडल के बाहर निकला ही नहीं है। ऑलमोस्ट हाफ डे हो गया, ना ब्रेकआउट किया है ना प्रॉपर्ली ब्रेकडाउन किया, फेक ब्रेकडाउन बोथ द साइड। कुछ ज़्यादा ही बेरिश लग रहा है तो। वापस लग रहा है 8000 भी जा सकते हैं, चांसेस वेरी हाई। अच्छा रेजिस्टेंस मिला है, ऊपर से न्यूज़ भी आई है दैट ईरान वांट्स टू नेगोशिएट विथ यूएसए। कंप्लीटली बेरिश न्यूज़। पॉसिबिलिटी है प्राइस जा सकता है वापस 7900 टू 8000 के आसपास। ठीक है, देखते हैं। थोड़ा बहुत यहाँ से पुल बैक आ जाए तो सेलिंग ही प्लान करेंगे। एसएल का ध्यान रखना, ज़्यादा बड़ा क्वांटिटी भी नहीं, एसएल इस एरिया पे छोटे भी नहीं रख सकते, जितने हैं उतने ही रखने होंगे। This support level broken, I think we are going towards heading towards 7900, 8000 level. एज एक्सपेक्टेड नेचुरल गैस भी फॉल ही कर रहा है, लग रहा है ये ज़्यादा फॉल करने वाला है एज कम्पेयर टू क्रूड। क्रूड भी ये नीचे का सपोर्ट, लास्ट सपोर्ट मान के चलो, इसके नीचे गया तो ये भी बड़ी फॉलिंग दे सकता है इस करंट लेवल से। एक पुल बैक आया तो बढ़िया है। जाता है ना यहाँ, इस एरिया से यहाँ से वापस सेल कर देंगे। मुझे लग रहा है शायद ये नीचे एक बार इस तरह से ये लेवल भी ब्रेक हो सकता है, कुछ ये पॉसिबिलिटी लग रही है अब। बाकी ऊपर का रेजिस्टेंस भी बहुत डीप लेवल से टेस्ट होके आया है, तो अब मुझे लग रहा है एक बार नीचे भी जरूर जाना चाहिए लिक्विडिटी लेने के लिए, 7,900 8,000 के आसपास वापस। उसके नीचे गिरता हुआ नहीं लग रहा अनटिल अनलेस कोई न्यूज़ नहीं आती। ठीक है, देखो वापस क्रूड ऑयल जा रहा है रेजिस्टेंस पे, वहां से वापस सेल कर सकते हैं जोन से, याद रखना। इस क्रूड ऑयल में देखो यहाँ से एक सेलिंग का प्लान है, ठीक है। ऊपर से एक्सपेक्ट करेंगे प्राइस थोड़ा फॉल करे, नीचे रहेगा वापस 8000 7900 टू 8000 के अप्रॉक्सीमेटली। लग रहा है थोड़ा बहुत यहाँ भी रुक सकता है इस एरिया पे ना। निफ्टी भी निकल गया डेलो के नीचे। मुझे लग रहा है थोड़ा बहुत सेलिंग आनी चाहिए। बुलिस सब 23,050 के ऊपर ही होगा फ्यूचर, थोड़ा नीचे आता है तो बढ़िया है। नेचुरल गैस में देखो ऊपर एक रेजिस्टेंस वही कल का एक लगता है 285 88 के आसपास, वहाँ अभी भी गया नहीं है प्राइस, तो मुझे लग रहा है एक बार इसको जाना तो चाहिए वहाँ पर, बट बॉटम बनता हुआ लग नहीं रहा है कुछ खास अभी तक। क्रूड ऑयल देखो वापस कल के सपोर्ट एरिया पे आ रहा है, फिर से बाई कर लेते हैं। ठीक है, कल बाई किया था, अभी भी ऊपर मुझे लग रहा है रेजिस्टेंस पे एग्जैक्टली गया नहीं है, तो जाना चाहिए लॉजिकली। लग रहा था सपोर्ट लेके जाएगा, एग्जैक्टली पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट से रिटर्न हो गया। एक लास्ट टाइम अगेन फिर से यहाँ पर ही बाइंग ही एक्सपेक्ट है। टारगेट थोड़ा बड़ा रखेंगे बिकॉज कल ऑलरेडी एक बाइंग आ चुकी है, फिर से उसी लेवल पे आ रहा है, तो इसका मतलब एक डीप लेवल पे बाइंग फिर से करने की कोशिश जरूर करेगा। तो नाउ आई एम बुलिश इन नेचुरल गैस। भी करते रहो गाइस, डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम। क्रूड ऑयल में देखो एक सेलिंग का प्लान रहेगा एंड टारगेट वुड बी 8000 to 8300. क्रूड ऑयल देखो रेजिस्टेंस के पास पहुंचने वाला है, एक सेलिंग प्लान करेंगे, ठीक है। बाकी नेचुरल गैस बुलिश लग रहा है थोड़ा सा, जब तक अब 266 के ऊपर है। 266 के नीचे क्लोजिंग देगा तो थोड़ा सा बेरिश कर देंगे। मुझे लग रहा है एक बार और प्राइस को 285 टू 90 तक जाना चाहिए लॉजिकली, कल गया नहीं है उस लेवल तक।
some Asian nations. Can I ask you about Japan and its situation and how it's going to manage this? Because on the one hand, investors really needed to hike rates, and on the other hand, that could be the wrong thing for the economy at such a fragile time.
Well, on Japan, medium term, you have this very nice alignment between political stability, and the prosecution and implementation of some fiscal measures. Tactically, the issue is on the yen that remains extremely volatile. So for now, we maintain the idea of the central bank to hike later on. But again, there is this strong volatility on the yen that weaken the position, but we remain constructive on the equity front, because what they've been doing so far and what they will be doing is definitely credible in our opinion.
Monica, we have Keir Starmer speaking in the last half hour, and he's been basically saying that the UK is prepared to step up and take a leadership role in trying to unblock the Strait of Hormuz and, you know, come to some kind of an agreement, I guess, with Iran and particularly the Gulf countries at the moment who want to get involved, maybe even, you know, on some kind of a hostility footing to try and get this problem solved. What happens if it's on the UK and maybe the 35 other nations whose foreign secretaries are gathering to try and come up with a solution to this? Are they suddenly, you know, a force to be reckoned with? And is it the US versus this group of 35?
No, I hope not. I hope that the NATO will remain cohesive. This is really what we need. Divide et impera status is not what we wish. Now, looking at the UK, again, the market is under pressure. The sterling is under pressure because the UK is starting from a weak position, and definitely the energy shock allowed us to reduce our growth expectation while inflation remain sticky and the fiscal space is tight. So on the economic front, it is not really a rosy position. Therefore, I think it is very important that the Prime Minister stand up in saying they are fully committed to the NATO.
Yes, and he literally just did that a few minutes ago. He said the UK is fully committed to NATO. President Trump, on the other hand, gave an interview to The Telegraph, and he said that leaving NATO was beyond reconsideration. He is responding to a Telegraph question on US NATO membership, and he said he was never swayed by NATO. All right, Monica, thank you so much for joining us today. That's Monica Defend of Amundi Investment Institute. Now to other top stories trending on the terminal this morning. Wall Street's biggest private credit firms will be facing questions from Democrats on House Financial Services Committee. According to Bloomberg sources, Blackstone, Ares, Apollo, Blue Owl, Carlyle and KKR will all be among those who will be questioned about how they market, value and handle private credit. Spokespeople for the firms declined to comment or didn't respond to messages seeking comment. President Trump signed an executive order intended to make it harder to cast mail-in ballots. The order seeks to ensure that state election officials have lists of eligible voters. Election officials in Oregon and Arizona immediately promised to challenge the executive order in court. LVMH shares are seeing their worst start to a year on record, falling 28% in the first quarter. The impact of the Iran war on the global economic outlook and shrinking demand for luxury goods all hurting performance. LVMH now sits at a 20% discount to its peers. Coming up, President Trump coming out with more strong words on NATO and more on his remarks on the Iran war next. This is Bloomberg.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sherrian in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stroud-Watts here in Sydney, where the trading day begins.
We're here in the center of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news, and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering.
We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
Have you ever thought about, or would you make a movie for a streaming service? Would you make a Netflix movie?
Man, that's a great question.
I mean, I'm waiting for one where I ask and you go, that was a shitty question.
Yeah. I mean, you good at your job, bro. Like, this is actually the first time anybody's ever asked me that. I'm not here to say what I would and wouldn't do in the future. But the theatrical experience is one that means a great deal to me. It means a great deal to us. Mm-hmm. I feel a certain responsibility. Like if Fruitville had happened a calendar year later, it probably would have come out on streaming. I've been fortunate enough that everything that I've written and directed has been a theatrical release. So I feel a duty to try to protect that. But that's where I'm at today.
Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend. I'm David Gura.
I'm Lisa Mateo.
And I'm Christina Ruffini. We're tracking breaking news today from Wall Street to Washington.
Let's start overseas. The sector is really propelling this deal forward.
Yeah, the hope is this will open up new markets and provide some additional liquidity.
Of course, now they're going to have competitors. We got a big week coming up in politics.
Earnings season is underway. We're going to get some key reports.
Everything you need to know before the markets open on Monday.
Introducing Bloomberg This Weekend, bringing a little Bloomberg into your weekend routine.
Guys, buckle up.
New York time, this is Bloomberg.
I had one goal. They will have no nuclear weapon. And that goal has been attained. They will not have nuclear weapons. But we're finishing the job. And I think within maybe 2 weeks, maybe a couple of days longer to do the job. But we want to knock out every single thing they have. Now, it's possible that we'll make a deal before that.
All right, that was President Trump speaking from the White House on Monday night. He also told The Telegraph in an interview, a response to a question, that he could pull the U.S. from NATO. In fact, he says that it's going to happen. He's going to be addressing the U.S. later tonight, 9 p.m., a national address, New York time. Bloomberg chief correspondent in Washington, Tyler Kendall, joins us now. So a lot has happened in the last 24 hours, Tyler. These NATO headlines are just the latest attack on NATO. But, of course, what really just obliterated market sentiment yesterday was the idea that the U.S. might actually be pulling out within 2 to 3 weeks. What do we know about the president's thinking right now?
Well, Vonnie, at this point, President Trump did signal yesterday the timeline that we have been tracking, saying that the U.S. could withdraw troops from Iran in the next 2 to 3 weeks, but also importantly indicated that he would be okay with ending the U.S. military operation without an agreement with Iran in place. Still, I was at the White House yesterday, and officials maintain that negotiations are ongoing, right? We heard from Secretary Pete Hegseth yesterday, who said that diplomatic talks are, quote, gaining strength, though he still vowed that the U.S. is going to continue to strike Iran until an agreement is reached. Plus, we heard from the Iranian side saying that there are no formal negotiations happening right now, instead saying that there are some talks happening with what he called were, quote, friends, these mediator countries, but still maintaining that at this point, Iran is not coming to the table to talk with this White House. So there was a lot that we could track here. But of course, at the center of this are big questions about what happens when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz, as Iran demands that it has sovereignty over the critical waterway, considered to be a non-starter for the U.S. But these questions start to emerge as President Trump signals that the U.S. could soon exit the conflict, but the waterway closure at this point remains unresolved. And that perhaps is the thread that we can pull on to tie together those NATO headlines, because Vonnie, yesterday, President Trump had some pretty staunch words for our allies when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz, urging them to go in and reopen it and take the oil themselves, in his words, or at least buy it from the U.S. So it's going to be something to watch here really closely, because at the same time, I will point out that a person familiar with the matter does tell us here at Bloomberg News, even as we talk about a potential exit, the U.S. does appear to be sending an additional carrier strike group to the region today.
Yeah, a third. Exactly, Tyler. And then the UK Prime Minister literally saying a few moments ago that he's prepared to take a leadership role in reopening Hormuz. Now, the President also has other items domestically on his mind. So he's apparently going to be at the Supreme Court today to hear oral arguments on the birthright issue. What do we know about that? Is that usual for a president to attend Supreme Court oral arguments?
Well, this will actually be his first time going to the Supreme Court of this term. He was there once during his last term, so that's going to be highly anticipated, particularly when you look at this issue in particular and the backdrop here that President Trump has really been playing defense on some of his more hardline immigration policies. We can't forget that in the background of all of this is that the Department of Homeland Security is currently still in a government shutdown over disagreements about how his immigration policies are going to play out going forward. But the president's feature at the Supreme Court today really shows that he's doubling down on these immigration policies. This case is considered a landmark case. It stems from an executive order that President Trump had signed on his very first day in office, barring U.S.-born children of undocumented immigrants from gaining U.S. citizenship. Vonnie, it could have some really wide-ranging implications and is one to watch for sure.
Oh, absolutely. So much to watch this April 1st. Tyler, thank you so much. Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall there in Washington, D.C. Oil hovering around $100 a barrel. Bloomberg's Emma Ross-Thomas is back with us now for more. So, Emma, what will the oil market be concentrated on today? We just had Keir Starmer saying that, the Foreign Secretary here in the UK is going to be gathering 35 counterparties to try and come up with a solution to the Strait of Hormuz problem, because we all know the US pulling out doesn't mean that gets solved, does it?
Yeah, you're right. One thing is for the war to end and another is for the Strait to regain even some kind of normality. Remember a few weeks ago, Macron was talking about perhaps getting a coalition together. I suppose one of the questions there is just the number of, naval assets that Europe has at its disposal and without the US. I think we wrote a piece a couple of weeks ago saying that the US Navy even doesn't have enough ships to provide the escorts that would be required to get traffic through Hormuz at a sort of back to a pre-war level. So it's incredibly complicated. I think that's why, oil's down, but not, there is still a huge war premium in the oil price, and that's because there's still so much uncertainty, so many questions about how you get the Strait of Hormuz back to normal. And the other thing that's bubbling in the background, I think, is what Iran is showing that it wants any sort of post-war order to be, which is that they want to make it into a strait over which they have control. There's been talk of tolls and fees. There's legislation going through the parliament talking about tolls, and that is a huge risk for A, buyers, but B, also the other Gulf producers. And I think that's quite an important thing to keep in mind.
Yeah, absolutely. And there was talk of whether these tolls could, make up some of the reparations that Iran is also demanding. There's a lot of questions outstanding. Emma, thank you for joining us this morning. That's Bloomberg's Emma Ross-Thomas. And for more on the latest on the Iran war, you can follow our blog by typing TLiveGo. Turning to tech then, OpenAI has raised a whopping $122 billion in its latest funding round, at an $852 billion valuation, marking the firm's largest round to date. The biggest investments include $50 billion from Amazon, $30 billion each from NVIDIA and SoftBank. Let's bring in Matt Bloxham of Bloomberg Intelligence for more. These companies are spending like drunken sailors, Matt. What are they going to get for their money? What is OpenAI spending all this billions of dollars on?
Chips and data center capacity, I think, is the short answer to that question. And obviously, there are big investments here, particularly from Amazon, and there's I think quite a lot of strings attached to the money that they're investing in OpenAI, with part of it contingent on a successful IPO. And also a lot of this funding is in anticipation that OpenAI will look to do an IPO, I think, sometime later this year. And certainly the noises coming out of the chief financial officer suggests that the company is, organising itself in preparation to at least make it possible for them to do that kind of event. And alongside the funding, they've been streamlining the product offering, dropping support for some products like the video editing suite, and consolidating other products into kind of a neater package, which I think, again, is typical of what you'd expect a company that's looking to go public to do, so that when they present to investors, there's a kind of clear and coherent strategy about how they're going to generate revenue and how they're going to ultimately generate profit.
Oh, Matt, I thought we were done talking about all these deals, but apparently not. There's more to come. Matt Bloxham of Bloomberg Intelligence, thank you so much. This is Bloomberg.
Thousands of American Marines are heading to the Middle East.
Greece will not participate.
There's a very good chance we're going to end up in a deal.
He's looking at putting boots on the ground.
This is going to be a short-term excursion.
Trust Bloomberg for on-the-ground coverage.
Things are not de-intensifying.
A lot of fear here in Europe. Ukraine is being left out in the cold.
Up-to-the-minute reporting.
The Jeddah report has been hit.
Missiles have struck the U.S. Embassy.
And the analysis you need.
The United States military has shown its might. Now it's time to please calm down.
Nobody covers geopolitics like Bloomberg.
Bringing you the world's business and financial news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Michael McKee at Mount Everest, and this is Bloomberg.
When news breaks,
a redhead across the Bloomberg terminal.
Bloomberg has you covered.
Trump's global tariffs are struck down by the U.S. Supreme Court.
For all the context and clarity you need.
There's going to be now tons of tariff headlines until midterm elections.
Hear it first on Bloomberg.
The world's most powerful investors don't ring a bell. They quietly reshape entire industries. This is the money shaping the world. The Dealmaker playbook, where power and billions of dollars change hands every day. From private equity and credit to venture capital and M&A, we bring you the inside scoop on the biggest deals and debates, plus exclusive conversations with finance's ultimate insiders. I'm Danny Berger, and this is Bloomberg Deals. Every week, only on Bloomberg Television.
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, only on Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Brief. I'm Bonnie Quinn in London. Now a look at what's ahead today, April 1st. Well, we have a host of data on deck. ADP employment data out at 8:15 Eastern, followed by retail sales at 8:30, and manufacturing PMI data out at 9:45 and 10 a.m. Let's take a look at your market action this morning after a whopping day yesterday. You can see that Brent crude is lower, but not by as much as it was earlier in the session. It was below $100 a barrel for a time. You have futures pointed higher even after yesterday's huge gains, 6.5% on the SOX index, in fact, and the 10-year yield down another almost 4 basis points. We'll see what the president says at 9 p.m. Eastern. That's it for Bloomberg Brief. Surveillance is ahead. This is Bloomberg.
You don't think the court was hurt by the perception that it was a political decision?
The court's always hurt, it seems to me, if we look political. One of my concerns, my present-day concerns, is there's too much partisanship. It's true historically that most presidents have appointed justices to the Supreme Court who are members of their own party. The partisanship should not be an overriding factor. What you look at is temperament, learning, background, reputation, whether or not you have those qualities of independence and caution that make for a good judge.
Increasingly, you see dissenting opinions in the Supreme Court aren't quite as civil as maybe you might prefer. And is that of concern to you?
Yes, it's of great concern to me that our civil discourse, our civic discourse, is not civil enough. Aristotle said that a democracy depends on an open debate where you respect the dignity of those with whom you disagree. He said democracies only live if they are sustained over a period of time by a thoughtful, rational discourse. a discourse in which you respect the dignity of those with whom you disagree.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute global news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Jemana Bersecci in Davos, Switzerland, and this is Bloomberg.
Some of these unwinds have been technical and mechanical.
The equity markets, guys, don't seem to be overly concerned.
Is there opportunity in the market? I think absolutely.
The market will not wait for clarity. The market is just looking for, are things getting less bad?
We kind of have to take it one day at a time.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Jonathan Farrow, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern.
Live from New York City this morning. Good morning, good morning. For our audience worldwide, Bloomberg Surveillance starts right now. Coming into Wednesday, positioning for the end game.
We're finishing the job, and I think within maybe 2 weeks, maybe a couple of days longer to do the job. But we want to knock out every single thing they have. Now, it's possible that we'll make a deal before that.
The president gearing up to address the nation later on this evening as the UAE is reportedly preparing to help the US reopen the strait. Crude trimming gains following a record-breaking monthly rally. A warm welcome to Q2.
Hey, and it's clear as mud, just as it was during Q1. Ultimately, what have we learned? It's not really clear exactly where the talks are going. I think the key questions going into Q2 are, 1, what's actually going on with talks? Number 2, what's actually going on with physical markets? And number 3, if there is some sort of de-escalation or ceasefire without some sort of established new rule around the Strait of Hormuz, how positive is that for commodities?
The market wants 2 things: end the hostilities, get energy moving once again. 2 stories. 1, the president ready to end the war in a few weeks' time. We hope, we'll see. And 2, the Wall Street Journal with this story right here. The UAE preparing to help reopen the Strait of Hormuz.
So potentially this would be a part of a broader coalition. They seem to be having outreach as well to the United Nations regarding this. They view this, as the rest of the world views this, as an international waterway, not one that could be completely controlled by the Iranian regime. It also goes back to what Ambassador Youssef Al-Attaiba, the UAE ambassador to the United States, had an op-ed in the Wall Street Journal. It goes back to what he said, quote, "We aren't asking the United States to carry out the full burden. What they're basically saying is we are willing to take a more aggressive posture alongside the United States."
So what's the outlook for prices? What's the base case in the White House? This from Politico just moments ago. The base case, their advice from Treasury officials: prepare for $100 per barrel for some time.
And this ultimately is the conclusion that a lot of people are coming to, which will allow the economy to grow, but poses the biggest threat to central bankers worldwide, because ultimately it's going to be that increase in inflationary pressure without necessarily the downdraft on growth that leaves them in an obvious position. It's sort of stagflation light, stagflation-esque, and maybe outright stagflation when you look at the Eurozone.
We're all wrestling with the same thing. For European gas prices up by something like 60%. The crude move 50, 60% higher through the month of March. And now we start to see the shortages through Asia, rationing in places like Indonesia. And a question, Lisa mentioned Europe. Is Europe next if this doesn't get solved, and solved quickly?
I think one of the most important interviews yesterday, maybe it was important to this White House, because the president took aim directly at UK jet fuel about 20 minutes after Societe Generale was on this program and said the last vessel carrying jet fuel into the United Kingdom, it's on its way now. And after that, there's none coming left.
It's nice to get rid of March, isn't it? Just to start a new month.
Oh, yeah.
A new quarter.
Today is April Fool's.
All I can say is I have a feeling it's going to be a lot more fun. It's going to be a lot more stable in April.
Oh, my goodness. The never-ending first quarter has come to a close. Welcome to Q2 and a month of April. Coming up this hour, Stephen North of Federated, with stocks coming off their best day since May. Ellen Wald of the Atlantic Council on why oil markets are facing more questions than answers. And Alan Zettner of Morgan Stanley as markets look to turn the page on a wild first quarter. We begin this hour with our top story. President Trump saying the US could end operations in Iran in 2 to 3 weeks. Bloomberg's Jemana Bersecci joins us now from Dubai for more. Good morning, Jemana. Not just that story, but also the UAE preparing to enter to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. How's that going down across the region?
Yeah, well, once again, there's a lot to unpack here. It's certainly not the first time that President Trump has given a time frame for how long he expects the war to go on for. The latest, obviously, the suggestion that it could go on another 2 to 3 weeks. I will just remind people,
2 to 3 weeks is actually a really long time in terms of military operations. And during that 2 to 3 week window, there's another deadline that President Trump sets. Remember the April 6th deadline vis-a-vis Iran coming to the table? And if they're not doing that, then the U.S. reserved the right to hit back at their infrastructure and their power plants. That is also a deadline that is coming up on Monday as well. So within those constraints, I will say that a couple of things have actually stood out in the last 24 hours, though. The first is the fact that the U.S. seem to think that they are progressing very well militarily, and even this is echoed by the Israeli Prime Minister as well. Benjamin Netanyahu also gave a speech yesterday, which I thought was interesting. He said the two existential threats of ballistic missiles and nuclear weapons have now been removed. So this is also coming from the Israeli Prime Minister, notable. Second is President Trump seemed to imply that you don't need to have a deal with Iran in order for the war to end. So implying that Iran does not have agency here. Of course, they would attest that they have their own conditions as well for the war to end, including assurances that this wouldn't happen again. And then the third point, which has really become, I think, quite apparent in the last 24 hours, is the delinking between the military objectives on one side versus the fate of the Strait and what happens to the Strait of Hormuz here. And an outcome in which Iran are still exercising sovereignty and still controlling who and what vessels get to pass through the Strait is an outcome that is unacceptable for pretty much all of the nations in the Gulf, for sure, and most nations around the world. This should be a free maritime shipping passage. So there is the story that came through from Wall Street Journal overnight suggesting that the UAE are putting forward a resolution at the United Nations Security Council in order for them to be involved in reopening the strait by force, either militarily or by offering assistance to the U.S. And I think they would get strong support on that front from Bahrain, and certainly the language coming of Saudi Arabia would suggest that they too are aligned in terms of Iran's fate, and that they should not be able to exercise such a sovereignty over the Strait of Hormuz. But at the same time, I think the language here is also very important, and they have reiterated that if they were to get involved, it should be part of a broader global coalition. And so potentially over the next couple of weeks, maybe you're going to start seeing more reporting emerge about a global coalition that's forming, not just with the Gulf states, but perhaps with European allies as well, to help secure the safe passage of vessels going through. One last thing that I just want to remind people over the next 2 to 3 weeks, there are more military assets from the U.S. arriving to the region. There is a third aircraft carrier that has set sail that happened in the last couple of days. It should be arriving in the next 2 to 3 weeks. And so the buildup of military is still going on, and the operations are still going on. I will tell you, over here in the UAE, we have had the busiest couple of days of air defenses being triggered since the beginning of the war. So, the operations are still going on at high intensity.
Jumana, with the latest on the ground. Jumana, thank you. Jumana Basechi there, leading our coverage out of the region. The first trading day of April could be a long trading day. The president addressing the nation later on this evening.
I was thinking to myself, how many people were excited, thinking maybe this is an April Fool's joke and I don't have to stay up until 10 or 11 p.m. to understand exactly what the mood for Q2 is going to be.
Well, a source called me last night after that news became public and said it's going to be the Academy Awards of verbal intervention.
More to come a little bit later on this evening. Here's the view on Wall Street this morning. Stephen North, the Federated, writing the following: "We are treating this as another brick in the wall of worry as the US markets advance towards our S&P 500 target of 7,500 for 2026. Steve joins us now for more. Steve, good morning.
Good morning.
Why is this just another brick in a climbable wall of worry?
Well, we have an expression at Federated Hermes, if it can't happen, it won't. And I think, the alternative really can't happen. And you've seen already UAE stepping in here. We can't have 20 million, 11 million barrels a day, I guess, if they can keep the Red Sea open of the world's oil supply, which is 11% unavailable. That just takes oil, roughly, I think, as you guys know, it's about $10 a barrel. So you're looking at a number in the 150s. That would kill the global economy. So we have a 15% probability that that's what happens. So that's why we're sort of signaling caution here. We have not added to equities. We're keeping our forecast in place at the moment. But every week that goes by, we get closer to the summer driving season, I think you know that the gasoline output, they have to store it in advance. They can't produce enough to meet demand during the summer season. So crack spreads are closing in on $20 on top of the oil price. That gets you to levels that often results in a demand response. So a few more weeks of this, we're going to have to take down our GDP forecast.
President just told you it's going to be a few more weeks.
I think that's why he's looking at those number of weeks. I think they're doing the math on this. So they really do have to figure out a way to get this over in a couple more weeks, or people are going to start taking down their GDP forecasts. We entered into this with GDP ahead of consensus. We were at 4% for this year because of all the stuff that's going on with the One Big Beautiful Bill and, the stuff people have talked about. And the underlying earnings pretty good. Investments are pretty good. So,
और गाइस इंडियन मार्केट तो देखो क्लोज हो चुका है. ये क्रूड ऑयल में थोड़ा सा लेवल अपडेट है नीचे बाइंग का. मुझे लग रहा है शायद यहीं पर रुकेगा प्राइस लेवल के आसपास ही रुक जाना चाहिए. सेलिंग प्लान है ओवर दिस रेंज. इसको भी अपडेट कर दो. ये काफ़ी बड़ा स्टेटमेंट है. ऑयल प्राइस लाइकली टू फॉलो शॉर्ट लिव बट शार्प स्पाइक पैटर्न. मतलब शार्प मोमेंटम आएंगे, बाइंग आए या सेलिंग आए, लेकिन वो छोटे ही होंगे, बड़े नहीं होंगे. अभी भी ये नीचे ब्लैक कलर की लाइन के आसपास का एक सपोर्ट है, अगर ये ब्रेक हो जाए तो बढ़िया रहेगा। ऑल क्रूड स्टिल बुलिश। मॉर्निंग पे थोड़ा बहुत सेल ऑफ जरूर आया था, मुझे लग रहा है अगर नीचे ब्रेक होता है तो और गिर सकता है टिल 8000। वैसे लग रहा था 8000 तक गिरेगा, 7900 टू 8000, बट लग रहा है मुझे 8400 पे रुक सकता है अब, क्योंकि थोड़ा सा फॉर्मेशन हायर हाई में ही है तो एक और हाई जरूर क्रिएट होना चाहिए। लास्ट स्विंग हाई 7250, देन 7150 एंड ये एक थर्ड और बनना चाहिए 7450 के आसपास। कि नेचुरल गैस एटलीस्ट 274 276 तक तो जाना चाहिए, रिजेक्शन मिलेगा तो यहीं से मिलेगा। फिर एनालाइज करेंगे इस लेवल पे कैसा प्राइस बिहेवियर है।
viewed as potentially optimism that the war maybe was coming to a close coming from the Iranian president. But further looking out to all of Lisa's points, it's actually energy installations that have been hit. And then it's that premium that is still in the surface of not just what's going on in the Strait of Hormuz, but also what happens potentially in the Red Sea.
Oil holding on to triple digits so far this morning, 3 hours away from the opening bell. Let's get you some morning movers, some single names. Yahara has more. Hey, Yahara.
Hi, John. We start with Nike. Shares are falling 10% on the dot this morning after the company delivered a much weaker outlook than expected. Nike sees sales declining this quarter, and it's blaming the Iran war, saying that it's already seeing disruptions to traffic across the Middle East and Europe, plus tariffs and heavy discounting continue to weigh on margins. Moving on to the high-end furniture retailer RH, shares are falling nearly 20% in the pre-market. The company now sees sales falling this quarter. That's a big miss compared to expectations for growth. And it's also a tariff story here. Tariffs still biting, with RH saying that those duties cut about $30 million from revenue in the last quarter. And as optimism grows that the Iran war could be nearing its end, we are seeing some pressure on domestic oil stocks like Occidental, down 3% as we see crude prices falling. But remember, these stocks have seen a massive run during the war, with Occidental up 20% in the month of March alone. John?
Oxy, one of the best performers of the last month or so. Yahara, thank you. More from Yahara later this hour. On a radar this morning, President Trump saying military goals in Iran have largely been achieved and operations could soon come to an end.
We're finishing the job, and I think within maybe 2 weeks, maybe a couple of days longer to do the job. But we want to knock out every single thing they have. Now, it's possible that we'll make a deal before that.
The president going on to say reopening the Strait of Hormuz should fall on other nations. Elsewhere, the president delivering an address to the nation later on this evening. The White House saying President Trump will provide an important update on the situation in Iran at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. And finally, President Trump making his strongest threat so far to pull the U.S. out of NATO. Trump telling The Telegraph that the alliance is a paper tiger and that withdrawing U.S. membership is, quote, beyond reconsideration.
The fact that he was talking to a United Kingdom paper was interesting to me with respect to what he's trying to message. The president speaking is talking about Keir Starmer being a weak leader, talking about withdrawing from NATO, saying you guys aren't coming to our defense. How much is he trying to rally popular support in the United Kingdom to back the U.S.'s effort in the Strait of Hormuz? And how much are we seeing increasing outreach from this administration to the UAE, Saudi Arabia, and European nations saying we need your help? Because ultimately, there isn't a lot of political support to pass a $200 billion supplemental defense bill in the United States. The effort and the finances have to come from elsewhere.
Well, let's go through the facts and the recent reporting with regards to the division between the Europeans and the U.S. Spain closed its airspace to U.S. jets. Italy, we saw the reports yesterday, denying a military aircraft permission to land in Sicily. The UK only allowing US to use bases for limited defensive action. It's been brewing across the continent.
It's been absolutely brewing, and what you see in Europe is a hardened stance when it comes to this war specifically and the help they're willing to offer the United States. I think more importantly is less so what Trump has said about NATO, but what Secretary Rubio has said about NATO in the last 24 hours, because this is someone who has a very long history of defending the alliance when he was a senator and even when he first became Secretary of State. So yesterday he accused NATO of being a one-way street in an interview. And then on top of that, he was the first one to say, and maybe potentially this is why you had the president in this interview say this similar thing to The Telegraph. He said we need to re-examine the military alliance. So this has brought forward really some of the structural issues the United States has had with Europe, but also how Europe feels about this war in particular, because they feel like you didn't even give us a heads up for this. They should have been building their stockpiles, especially when it comes to energy. And that is why they are now dealing with serious domestic issues.
Oil down this morning by about 0.5% on Brent crude. Oil falling as the president stokes optimism the Iran war is nearing an end and possibly withdrawing before reopening the Strait of Hormuz. Ellen Wald of the Atlantic Council noting potential issues with the plan, writing this would be a terrible precedent for the US because Iran is actually in an enhanced position of making more money than before. Ellen joins us now for more. Ellen, welcome to the programme. The last time we spoke, which I believe was about a week ago, you said unless this ends in 10 to 14 days, the energy crisis is going to approach severe levels. The president's now saying it's going to take another 2 weeks, potentially. Ellen, with that in mind, what kind of levels are we going to approach in the next 2 weeks?
Well, if you look at what's happening already in France and other countries where they're having runs on gasoline stations, I mean, gasoline stations are running dry because they're putting in these price controls, and that's making everyone rush to buy. We're really having severe issues in a lot of countries that we in the U.S. are quite insulated from because we're not experiencing this. Yes, we are seeing much higher gasoline prices, but the fact that we're not seeing any shortages is really giving us this sense of isolation, I think, from the most important impacts of this conflict.
Ellen, can the strait be reopened, or can you see supplies start to flow through there if Iran continues to hold on to control of this region? And I ask this at a time when Qatar is seeing oil tankers being bombed in Qatari land.
This is a really severe problem because if the United States ends this conflict or declares an end to it while leaving Iran basically in de facto control over passage into and out of the Persian Gulf, then we've actually put Iran in a much better position than they were in, before this started, because now, beforehand, they weren't actually controlling it. It was just this threat that they might actually limit traffic, or they might threaten the safety of ships passing through. Now they are threatening the safety of ships passing through, and it is effective because tankers are refusing to cross because of insurance issues and because they don't want to get hit by a drone. And then if we leave, Iran's basically in a position to say, well, how much are you going to pay us to leave you alone? And that's a whole new role for this country, and also puts them in the position to make more money.
Well, when it comes to the money, Ellen, in the past, anytime the United States offered waivers for Iranian oil, it was put into an escrow account, and it was dictated that it had to be used for humanitarian aid for the people of Iran. I didn't see any of that sort of language in the general license. So where is this money going that the regime is making right now off of selling their crude and the toll?
Presumably, it's going straight to Iran. It's not going in dollars because there's still restrictions on what kind of currency Iran can use. But at this point, do they really care whether Pakistan is paying them in yuan or not? It's going straight to the government now. Because militarily we've hit certain sites, we've hit factories where they're making these missiles and drones. They're not necessarily able to produce more of it right away, but the fact that they have this money means that they will be able to get back to this in the future, or they can funnel it to their proxies. I mean, the Houthis are still a wild card here that could completely change the situation in the Red Sea. And if they're doing that with Iranian funds, then have we really even put anything in this situation in a better place? And I would argue that not necessarily.
I was told once again by a source yesterday that the Saudis are basically paying off the Houthis to not get involved. At what point does that stop?
It stops when they have access to the Persian Gulf again. Once they can ship out of the Persian Gulf, then they don't have a need to continue to pay off the Houthis at maybe such a high rate.
Ellen, just more broadly, what's Saudi Arabia's role in all of this? We've heard from the UAE, or at least reporting from the Wall Street Journal, that they're considering seriously getting involved in some sort of effort to make the Strait of Hormuz independent and a free flow for traffic. When does Saudi Arabia get more intensely involved?
I think they get intensely involved as a member of the GCC. This is a waterway that they depend on. I mean, remember, we've had major wars on a much larger scale fought simply, for freedom of the seas. This was something that Woodrow Wilson cited when he brought the United States into World War I. So the idea that Saudi Arabia and the UAE and Qatar and Kuwait and Iraq want free passage or a freedom of the seas and freedom for passage through the Strait of Hormuz, that's a very basic right of nations. And so I do think that if there's a potential for them to make a difference in securing that they will get involved as part of the greater GCC.
Ellen, it's good to see you. Thanks for breaking it down. Ellen Walter there of the Atlantic Council on the energy market. In the near term, the market might be comfortable with this setup because it just wants the energy to start moving again. Partners in the Gulf won't be happy with that setup. Not at all.
It's unsustainable for them. And frankly, it's unsustainable for the risk premium that a lot of people are going to have to charge, because if you think that Iran's going to be in control and you're not sure how much your government's paying off the Iranian government, which ship operator is going to feel really comfortable going through the Strait of Hormuz? This is the issue with asymmetric warfare, and the reason why you're seeing reports that make a lot of sense about the UAE, about Qatar, about Saudi Arabia getting involved.
It's why the back end of the futures curve, the longer end, is starting to speak more to 80 than it is to 70.
Absolutely. And then right there, she said basically, if the Saudis are able to get back through the Persian Gulf, potentially the Houthis would be more inclined to deny the payments and support the kingdom has given them, and maybe get involved at the behest of really who's in charge of them, and that's the regime.
Brent crude right now, 103. Let's get you an update on stories worldwide this morning with your Bloomberg brief. Yahara has more. Hey, Yahara.
Hi, John. The White House is discussing the possibility that crude prices may climb to a record $150 per barrel. That's according to Politico. Officials are analyzing the economic effects of higher oil prices and are weighing ideas to bring down costs, including deploying more emergency powers. And LVMH shares having their worst start to the year on record as the Middle East war hurts sentiment and intensifies a demand slump for luxury goods. Tiffany & Co. owner is set to report first quarter revenue later this month. And a federal judge is pausing President Trump's efforts to build a new ballroom at the White House. The judge ruling the president likely exceeded his legal authority by overseeing construction of the ballroom, the judge pushing him to get congressional approval. That's your Bloomberg brief, John.
Yahara, thank you for the update. More from Yahara in about 30 minutes' time. Up next on the programme, a first quarter for the ages.
You have the Supreme Court now going to rule on whether or not we can use tariffs. Can you believe this?
On Friday, the Department of Justice served the Federal Reserve with grand jury subpoenas.
There are certainly concerns about the growth of private credit.
The United States and its partners have launched Operation Epic Fury.
Maybe we'll have more clarity in the next 3 or 4 weeks, but we don't have it right now.
Yeah, maybe. Anna Zentner of Morgan Stanley up next, live from New York City. You're watching Bloomberg TV.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Lizzie Burden in London, and these are the stories that set your agenda.
Taking you from the U.S. markets close to the overnight session in Asia, we'll walk you through what you need to know to kickstart Europe's trading day. Live from our European headquarters, we bring you the day's top market moving stories, unmatched expert analysis, and on-the-ground reporting from across the continent. Tune in to Daybreak Europe, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
Middle East and Africa, vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. Join me on Horizon's Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insight from this exciting region. Now weekdays, only on Bloomberg.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Coming off the back of the biggest one-day gain since May on the S&P 500, leaving behind the worst month going back some 12 months on the S&P 500. Equity futures bouncing back. That bounce continues, up by 0.6% on the S&P. On the Nasdaq, higher by close to 0.9. Under surveillance this morning, a first quarter for the ages.
You have the Supreme Court now going to rule on whether or not we can use tariffs. Can you believe this?
On Friday, the Department of Justice served the Federal Reserve with grand jury subpoenas.
But there are certainly concerns about the growth of private credit in aggregate.
Everyone's focused on these bubble risks. I think the biggest risk is actually the disruption risk.
The United States and its partners have launched Operation Epic Fury.
Prices went up to send signals to everyone that can produce more, please produce more.
We don't know how this war ends yet. Maybe we'll have more clarity in the next 3 or 4 weeks, but we don't have it right now.
So here's the latest this morning. Global markets looking to turn the page on a brutal first quarter that saw one market shock after the other. Investors hoping for calmer waters ahead in Q2. Joining us now to discuss, Anna Zentner of Morgan Stanley. Anna, good morning.
Good morning.
We have thrown a lot of this market and this economy. How well have we stood up to it?
Yeah, well, I'm really honored to be on this morning right after you say it's been the worst month. So I'm glad that we're closing out this month. But it's just been extremely volatile. And I think investors don't really know what they're supposed to make of all of this. Is this temporary? Is it more lasting? I can tell you that conversations are only just now starting to change to, could this have a real impact? And where can I sort of hide out during this time? Whereas it's taken up until now, with the conflict lasting longer and longer and longer than people thought, for people to really start to ask, wait a minute, is this going to be bad?
When we say to the bulls, what is anchoring your view? They usually have the same answer, earnings. And the outlook for corporate earnings is getting better, not worse. What's your view on that? And does this threaten to upend that story?
You know, I think there are pockets where earnings can get better, not worse. But I think that if we think broadly businesses are not going to have to absorb the higher costs of energy and inputs, I mean, we know how this works. It's just delayed. But we aren't broad sellers of U.S. equities here. There are pockets that have been oversold where investors can still get in and have a nice upside to that. It's just that you've got to be a stock picker here. And you also need to be maximum diversified across all asset classes. This is about risk reduction. We are in a time where we need to be reducing risk. And it doesn't appear that there's enough of that going on.
How do you reduce risk when it's unclear what the bigger risk is, whether it's inflation or some sort of downturn to growth?
I think the only option is just to be diversified across all asset classes. So within global equities, you know, choosing within emerging markets, LATAM over Asia, still preferring U.S. equities over other global equity markets, but being diversified across bonds and cash and real assets and alternatives. And so diversification is really the risk reduction.
How much have longer-term returns in risk assets, I'm talking about some of the major benchmarks and stock indexes, and even some credit, been reduced just simply because we're now at a higher inflation rate, people are paying a premium for physical goods, and there's extra policy uncertainty that is leaving a lot of people without the appetite to really pay the multiples that they were paying before?
Yeah, well, I think that's what we're seeing in sort of this volatility of people trying to find some footing. And trying to time the market, really, which is never wise. Just don't try to time the market. And so you want, the reason why we always talk about, which is the most boring conversation to have with an investor, is diversify, diversify, diversify. It's just that this environment is just too uncertain. And I see a lot of disconnects out there, more so than I think I can remember in some time, in terms of people's expectations versus what I think, at least, what we think is likely to happen. I don't think recession risks are high enough. I think there are probably 40% odds of over the next 12 months of a recession. That's uncomfortable. That's really uncomfortable, and I don't think that that's priced in. I think that the market pricing out the prospect for Fed cuts is absolutely ridiculous. I mean, the Fed is going to respond to what is going to be a big hit to aggregate demand, for businesses absorbing costs and for households having to absorb costs and change behavior. That changing behavior has a gravitational pull on inflation. So yes, it stays the Fed's hand for now. They will be cutting, though, because we're going to stop spending on expensive things and switch to less expensive things. This is just tried and true cyclical behavior. There's nothing that's changed there. And so that's another disconnect that I see as well. So I think there's still a reckoning to come. And especially, you know, how can we have elation over being told the conflict may last only 2 to 3 weeks more? It's already lasted weeks and weeks more than people thought. And so you could open up the strait tomorrow and have normal flows, which of course wouldn't happen. Let's say overnight we get normal flows. Impacts are still coming. Mm-hmm. And so I just think that we've not braced for that.
Damage is done. When did you start to think this is going to have a lot longer term impacts? A lot of people in the market were saying we're going to get through this in 1 or 2 weeks. When for you was that moment?
Well, I think, you know, one of the benefits that I have now being at a large wealth manager is that we have access to experts. I mean, one, the CSIS, the Center for Strategic and International Studies, never before have I used them so much. They are an incredible source of experts on global developments. Speaking to admirals, Admiral McRaven, 4-star Admiral, Admiral Stavridis, these are people to speak to that have been very, very accurate when we've had conversations with them on what to expect and how long this could last. And they have been right, but that's not broadly embraced by the market.
Ellen, it's good to see you.
Yeah.
And whilst that at the end there, Ellen Zentner there of Morgan Stanley. That's been a theme of the last month. We've seen it continuously on this programme when we've caught up with CIS and when we've spoken to others too. The specialists are more concerned than the tourists. And I hate to call them the tourists because we all are ultimately tourists when it comes to geopolitical risk. Everyone that comes on this programme with regards to financial markets are tourists on this. The specialists are far more concerned about what they've seen transpire over the past month.
They see physical shortages and they see more shortages coming down the pike. And Ellen Zentner and others have come on and seem to indicate they're much more worried about downside growth risk than they are inflation risk. And I think that that's really important to keep in mind because right now that disconnect really can be felt in the market where both bonds and stocks are thinking it's more an inflation risk than it is a hit to growth.
Energy analysts, executives, ministers behind the scenes immediately told you this is going to have longer term impacts and the market is brushing it off. But to Jeff Curry's point, you can't print molecules. And at some point that is going to catch up. It doesn't matter how much verbal intervention you throw at it.
Futures right now, the S&P positive by 0.6%. Coming up next on this programme, we'll catch up with Tom Becker of BlackRock, Andrew Bishop of Signum, Susan Bell of Rystad Energy and Admiral Pierre Vandier of NATO Commander for Transformation. From New York City this morning, good morning. The second hour of Bloomberg Surveillance is just around the corner.
Tune in to Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
We got to talk crypto.
From the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead.
What's the conversation around your company?
Bringing you insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy.
Planning very big things.
A new level of premium.
Plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens.
The floodgates of innovation are going to open up.
You can't fake passion. You either are or you aren't.
Bloomberg Business Week Daily, only on Bloomberg.
Nobu-san, would you say, when you look at your career, that the pivotal moment was actually that meeting with Robert De Niro? It took him 4 years to convince you to open a restaurant near him. You eventually did, and that started a partnership that has lasted through the decade.
You know, I met him 1988 after my first restaurants opened. He asked me to come to open a restaurant in New York. And beginning, I didn't know what he did there.
You didn't know he was an actor?
No, I don't know what he doing. Because I never watched the movies, you know, I was traveling the business. But of course, after, you know, people, hey, Nobu, so you must know him. And then I understand.
How is he as a partner?
He's for me, and a great partner. He understands to my concept. He support me 100%. But he's a very smart people. Sometimes so strange idea, but it's good idea. So, example, Nobu Hotels idea come from him. He said, hey Nobu, so we have a lot of new restaurants coming in somebody's hotel. For him, doesn't make any sense. Then we start Nobu Hotel in Las Vegas 11 years ago. Now it's a big success. So next step is the residence.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sherian in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stroud-Watts here in Sydney, where the trading day begins. We're here in the center of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering. We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Amin, only on Bloomberg.
Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend. I'm David Burr.
I'm Lisa Mateo.
And I'm Christina Ruffini. We're tracking breaking news today from Wall Street to Washington.
Let's start overseas. The sector is really propelling this deal forward.
Yeah, the hope is this will open up new markets and provide some additional liquidity.
Of course, now they're going to have competitors. We got a big week coming up in politics.
Earnings season is underway. We're going to get some key reports.
Everything you need to know before the markets open on Monday.
Introducing Bloomberg This Weekend, bringing a little Bloomberg into your weekend routine.
Guys, buckle up. Sorry.
Energy shocks take time to materialize.
Supply shocks create inflation pressures, and that creates upward pressures on rates.
In the worst case, it's not just inflation, it's growth.
We should all be concerned about are there cracks in growth that need to be responded to.
Instead of the above trend growth that we were looking for in the U.S., we could see slightly below trend growth.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Jonathan Farrow, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern.
Live from New York City this morning. Good morning for our audience worldwide. The second hour of Bloomberg Surveillance starts right now, and your price action as scores look like this. The gains continue to build, the bounce back, and some follow through this morning. Equities up by 0.7% on the S&P, up by 0.9% on the Nasdaq, and the bond market yields declining for a third consecutive day on 2s, 10s, and 30s. 10-year yields at the moment look a little something like this. Your 10-year down by 3 basis points to 4.28. And crude shaping up as follows. Brent trimming a monthly advance, a record monthly rally. Brent crude right now down by about 1 percentage point to 103 on Brent this morning. 2 reasons for the market move so far. The president ready to end the war, maybe in a few weeks' time. I stress maybe, and this story changes every single day. But some encouragement from this story from the Wall Street Journal that the UAE is preparing to help reopen the Strait of Hormuz.
And this actually is being treated as a bit more, I don't want to say credible, but realistic in terms of how this transpires, because as we were speaking with Steve Oth, it is just not feasible for the Strait of Hormuz to remain in Iran's control. It is not feasible for the UAE. It is not feasible for Saudi Arabia and Qatar, and frankly, for all of Europe and Asia, because it ultimately introduces such a huge risk premium. Ultimately, though, I come back and I'm thinking to myself, okay, here we are in April. And some of the big questions, how are we looking forward? Is this a growth shock? Is this an inflation shock? Or is this a blip that we can just look past as soon as someone says, all right, it's over?
The market wants 2 things. It's over, end the hostilities, and get the energy moving again. How close are we to those two things this morning?
Well, Sultan Al Jaber, who's the head of ADNOC and also UAE minister, is out on LinkedIn today, and he says the world must act together, protect the free flow of energy, and safeguard economic stability. Potentially, what the UAE is talking about is a growing coalition between Arab allies, maybe even some European allies, to come help the United States open the Strait of Hormuz. I know the president's going to give this address today, and I think he needs to outline to the American people what they think the strategy has been, the wins have been, but also that how can you leave this region right now with the Strait of Hormuz completely controlled by the Iranians? They have more troops coming in, which is why I think it's important to look what the president does, as well as not what he says, because when he says he's vacillating between a number of different options, but what he's doing has been consistent.
The one constant, troop build-up. We're all tracking the same thing. Coming up this hour, Tom Becker of BlackRock, with stocks seeing stability to kick off a new quarter. Andrew Bishop of Signum Global as President Donald Trump signals the war in Iran could be nearing an end. And the NATO Supreme Allied Commander for Transformation, Admiral Pierre Vandier, with allied countries facing pressure from the administration. We begin this out with stocks adding to the biggest one-day rally we've seen going back to May of last year. Tom Becker of BlackRock writing the following: we remain neutral directional equities and short duration across portfolios. Tom joins us now for more. Tom, good morning. It's the bond piece of this that I find a little bit more interesting. You think we're not paying enough attention to the fiscal risk that might be building here?
Yeah.
Tell us why.
I think the inflation risks are known, and coming into the year, inflation was definitely on an updraft even before the oil price spike. You had upstream kind of chips inflation, you had inflation in services kind of across developed markets. The fiscal consequences of the war, particularly for Europe, are something that's front and center in kind of our research agenda right here. Because, like you say, the Strait of Hormuz is really the choke point. That's much more of a European and Asia kind of supply chain route. LNG stocks in Europe are quite low, and Europe comes into this with a dearth of investment over decades. And so I think this is more exposing kind of the underinvestment. So we think there's going to be a fiscal response in Europe that markets are underappreciating.
So we've heard this phrase a few times in the bond market. We've created value in fixed income. You're smiling, I'm smiling, I've heard it a million times. The UK 10-year yield was the highest since 2008. Over in Germany, the highest since 2011. In Japan, the highest since the late 1990s. Is that not creating value enough for you?
I think if you anchor on the QE era of yields, it looks optically attractive. If you think about this post-pandemic new normal of fiscal, higher inflation, higher investment globally, these yields don't look like they're compensating you for the issuance risk, for the, every shock we've had in the last 5 years has been inflationary into the upside after kind of a couple decades of shocks surprising to the downside. And we think markets are still anchored on that kind of ZERP QE era of yields. These real yields are not that attractive. The German Bund's at 3%. Inflation, we saw the data yesterday, it's rising quite quickly. And I think what is being underappreciated are those second round effects, as well as some of the consumer psychology. Fool me once, shame on me. But I think coming on the heels of Ukraine 2022, European consumers know that there's more inflation coming. Their behavior is going to change, and I think the ECB is tuned into that.
I think that this idea is so compelling, and you've been harping on it for a while, and I think it's been one of the true transformations that a lot of people are trying to hone in on. If we don't have the monetary response because of inflation, you don't have the fiscal response because essentially the more that nations borrow, the more that yields go up. How much does that introduce downside risk to growth that people are not fully appreciating when it comes to risk assets?
So I think the growth to us is not the challenge here, because you've had a lot of capital destroyed. I mean, you're just talking about the UAE. They're going to have to rebuild a lot of infrastructure. There's going to be LNG facilities that have to be rebuilt. Europe is going to have to harden. So we think the fiscal response puts a floor on growth. And so I think we're not so worried about the growth downsides. It's more that you keep kind of responding to every crisis with a fiscal response and issuing more debt. That's inflationary. Governments tend not to be the most savvy price, comparators. They're going to go in and move prices up. The U.S. has to rebuild its stockpiles of interceptors, and we're burning quite the run rate of kind of burn for the military operation is huge. But then you think about the response that countries with elections have to kind of offset some of the hit to consumers, hardening your infrastructure, getting energy security. All of those to us are growth stimulatory, but maybe not great for equity multiples.
I guess another way to ask this is, how constrained are developed markets from borrowing more money and actually engaging in these fiscal support plans if you do have people who are saying, we get it, you guys are just going to keep borrowing and rates are going to keep on going up? At what point does that pushback get to be too much for fiscal authorities?
So in Europe with 3% bond yields, I don't think there's much pushback. So if you look at five-year European markets, they're a percentage point and a half lower than UK and US debt markets. So there's no real term premium in German debt markets. So we think that's an attractive place to play duration from the short side now. If you think about kind of the U.S. 10-year has been remarkably well behaved given this inflation shock. If you think about where yields were in January, they're not that much higher here. I think part of that is there's been constrained supply. We just haven't been issuing a lot more bonds. The Fed is expanding its balance sheet again. And I think people are worried about these downside risks to growth. We just don't see it. And so we're deploying risk elsewhere.
So you're not worried about Germany and the United States, but to Lisa's point, kind of a Liz Truss moment. Could you see that in any other sovereigns?
You've seen glimmers of it, right? Wasn't there a moment after the Japanese election where people were like, oh my God, the Liz Truss moment? So like, markets are doing it for a moment. But I think we haven't seen that kind of stock sell-off, equity bond sell-off, and currency sell-off. We haven't had that. And I don't think we're going to have that necessarily. It's just a grind higher with each shock moving inflation.
Let's sound the US 10-year. Let's just down that piece if we can. 428, you are absolutely right. We are at the upper end of the pre-war range. This was it, 428. Now, with that in mind, if you go pre-war, a lot of people came into this year excited about a cyclical bounce. And this, for me, and Lisa and I have been talking about this a few times in the last week, this, for me, is the great contradiction in the consensus right now. At the start of the year, everyone's bulled up on a cyclical bounce. That's the consensus view. The consensus view now is the economy is not strong enough to have second-order inflation effects. Now, can you help reconcile those two consensus views? Make sense of that?
I guess people just think that the consumers are going to retrench. But I think we've learned over the last 5 years the U.S. consumer wants to spend money. And the fiscal consequences of the war, we think, are that governments are going to spend more money. So that's all stimulatory to growth. IP was picking up for data centers. It was picking up, but also more broadly at the start of this year. So the ISM kind of moved out of contraction for the first time in 2 years. That wasn't just data center builds. That was a more broad lift. And so I think last year, if you put yourself in the shoes of a U.S. consumer, tariffs are all the headline. Do you want to be the fool and go and buy something when it's tariffed if you don't know what the tariff rate's going to be? So services did a lot of the heavy lifting last year. U.S. consumers spent money on services. We don't measure that with retail sales. It doesn't come out every month. We don't track it as closely. But U.S. consumers spent money last year. It just wasn't on the stuff that they were worried had a higher tariff price.
So we understand the concern about the bond market. You've given us a pretty in-depth framework for that. How are you deploying capital? How are you taking risk right now on the long side?
Yeah, so over this month, you saw a lot of complacent trades get unsettled. So people were looking to clip a coupon. A lot of tourists were in emerging markets. That was sort of the trade of the start of the year. And emerging market bond markets really got rocked at the start of this month. So we use that as an entry point to step into kind of some of the more commodity-exposed countries. Mexico, Brazil, yields shot up. There was an expectation of lots of cutting. They're still biased to ease. But now you're getting kind of a couple hundred basis points of extra yield to kind of enter into a country that is exporting into this higher commodity environment. And so the terms of trade are quite good for them, and we can get a better entry point. That's one place. And then, we've closed some of the gilt short. Gilts have moved a lot. The BOE pricing has moved a lot. And so we've bought back some of that gilt short on this month's price action.
Interesting. Tom, it's good to see you. Thoughtful stuff, really thoughtful stuff. Tom Becker there of BlackRock. Whether you agree or disagree, they're the pockets of tension right now that we all need to talk about?
Yeah, and the fiscal response, I think, is really important. The idea that there's going to be so much physical infrastructure that has to be rebuilt, and there's so many countries that are willing to rebuild it in order to support their political ambitions, that this is really the regime that we're going to be in on the rate side.
The election cycle.
It's going to be wild.
Just planning around that. It's just wonderful, isn't it?
Oh, so much fun.
Yeah. Bond yield's down for a third consecutive day. We're down by about 3 basis points this morning. 428, call it 429. Let's give you an update on stories worldwide with your Bloomberg Brief. Yahara has more. Hey, Yahara.
Hi, John. President Trump saying the U.S. could end military operations in Iran in the next 2 to 3 weeks. Trump saying that the U.S. goals of eliminating Iran's nuclear program have been completed and that he would be willing to end the campaign even without securing a deal to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. President Trump saying he is strongly considering pulling the United States out of NATO after it failed to join his war on Iran. Trump telling The Telegraph that the NATO alliance is a paper tiger and that withdrawing U.S. membership is, quote, beyond reconsideration. And the United Arab Emirates is reportedly gearing up to join the war. According to the Wall Street Journal, officials are reviewing how it could play a military role in securing the strait. This would make it the first GCC country to join the fight after being hit by Iran. That's your Bloomberg Brief. John?
Yahara, thank you. More from Yahara later this hour. Up next on the programme, President Trump setting the timeline.
We're finishing the job, and I think within maybe 2 weeks, maybe a couple of days longer to do the job. But we want to knock out every single thing they have. Now, it's possible that we'll make a deal before that.
Andrew Bishop of Signum joins us next, live from New York City this morning. Good morning.
At a time when policy in Washington is driving Wall Street, we draw a distinction between the rhetoric and the action, bringing you market-moving guests and original reporting. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Thousands of American Marines are heading to the Middle East.
Greece will not participate.
There's a very good chance we're going to end up in a deal.
He's looking at putting boots on the ground.
This is going to be a short-term excursion.
Trust Bloomberg for on-the-ground coverage.
Things are not de-intensifying.
A lot of fear here in Europe. Ukraine is being left out in the cold.
Up-to-the-minute reporting.
The Geo report has been hit.
Missiles have struck the U.S. Embassy.
And the analysis you need.
The United States military has shown its might. Now it's time to please calm down.
Nobody covers geopolitics like Bloomberg. The countdown is on. Everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day. Get ahead of tomorrow's trading with The Close. Weekdays on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
The bounce continues, adding to recent gains on the S&P 500, up by 0.8%, kicking off Q2 and a month of April higher by 1% on the Nasdaq 100. Under surveillance this morning, President Trump setting the timeline.
When we feel that they are, for a long period of time, put into the Stone Ages and they won't be able to come up with a nuclear weapon, then we'll leave, whether we have a deal or not. We're finishing the job, and I think within maybe 2 weeks, maybe a couple of days longer to do the job. But we want to knock out every single thing they have. Now, it's possible that we'll make a deal before that.
So here's the latest this morning. President Donald Trump indicating the U.S. could wind down operations in Iran within weeks. The White House announcing the president will provide an update in an address to the nation later this evening. Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall has the latest right now. Good morning, Tyler.
Hey, John, good morning. Well, as President Trump says that the U.S. could withdraw forces from Iran within the next 2 to 3 weeks, he also made clear that he doesn't think an agreement with Iran is required to end the U.S. military operation. In fact, he said that the main goal, of course, is to ensure that Iran will not be able to obtain a nuclear weapon with or without a deal. Still, I was at the White House yesterday where officials maintained that negotiations are ongoing. We heard from Secretary Pete Hegseth, right, who said that diplomatic talks are, quote, gaining steam, but also vowed that the U.S. will continue to strike Iran until any such agreement is reached. In fact, a person familiar with the matter tells us here at Bloomberg News that the U.S. is now moving a third aircraft carrier strike group to the region. At this point, it doesn't feel like a breakthrough is imminent. In fact, we know that one of Iran's top demands is that they obtain sovereignty over the Strait of Hormuz. Of course, that's considered to be a non-starter, but it is raising questions on what will happen if President Trump does withdraw U.S. troops without the Strait of Hormuz disruptions being resolved. As you well know and have been discussing on the program, President Trump is heaping the criticism and the pressure on allies to take control of the strait. In a new interview out this morning with The Telegraph, he did appear to signal that he could withdraw the U.S. from NATO over his dismay of how allies have responded to his demands when it comes to the waterway. Plus, pair that with new comments from the Secretary of State Marco Rubio overnight, saying that it may be time to re-examine the alliance. John, as you well know, President Trump is also facing domestic pressure as retail gasoline tops $4 a gallon this week. Politico is reporting new this morning that the White House is considering some other emergency options to deploy in a bid to tamp down on prices.
Tyler Kendall, good to have you back. It's good to see you. Tyler down in Washington, D.C. More still to come from Tyler and the team over in Washington. Andrew Bishop of Signum writes the following. We find it extremely unlikely that President Trump would end the war in Iran without first at least trying to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Andrew joins us now for more. Andrew, welcome back to the show. How are you preparing clients for this address later on this evening?
So unfortunately, I actually think this address is not going to deliver much clarity. My best guess is that we're going to get a reiteration of all the same messages, which is the war's end is coming to, is getting nearer. It's not imminent. We will leave as soon as we've accomplished our objectives. Essentially just more of the same. I think this is the president trying to reassure the American public in addition to markets and buying some time.
We do know that the troop buildup does continue, though. What do you think the president's three main objectives are and the options he has?
So I think the president's main objective at this stage is to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, hence our skepticism that he will leave the region without at least trying to do that. And this means that in our view, the idea that he's going to unilaterally declare an end to the war and leave with Hormuz closed is exceedingly unlikely. Instead, we're at a fork in the road where you've got either de-escalation through a deal, which is our base case, although narrowly so, or major escalation, and you hinted at troops. I think that major escalation would entail boots on the ground, not in Kharg Island, which I think has always been an overhyped myth, but rather to reopen Hormuz directly.
Andrew, how difficult is that in terms of communication from the White House? Their main objective now is to open something that was already open before the war started.
The easy way to communicate it is to deny it, right? So they're just arguing that they really don't have to tackle the problem. That doesn't mean they don't have to tackle it.
How much is it that the president also is trying to get allies involved and trying to force them to the region to create this coalition?
I think that is a huge part of it. You're absolutely right. With the one twist that I'll mention, which is that I'm very skeptical the president, I mean, of course he would love that, but I'm skeptical he expects, countries like France, the UK, Germany, et cetera, to join in the military operation to reopen Hormuz. I think what he's trying to do instead is create a backup plan where if the U.S. moves into Hormuz unilaterally and does essentially the heavy lifting, the U.S. will not have to stay for the long term because the Europeans take over from there. Far from guaranteed that that'll happen, but I think that's the more realistic objective he has in mind.
Andrew, how much have the comments about NATO's participation and comments about possibly asking the Gulf region to help pay for this stems from the fact that there isn't political will right now in Washington, D.C. to pass that $200 billion supplemental spending plan for the Defense Department?
I think very much so. But to be honest, even if that bill or that supplemental were to pass, I think the president would have the same language, which is always trying to outsource the bill for better or for worse, and not taking a side on that. But I think this is in line with his historical pattern and would be the case no matter what happens to the U.S. defense budget.
Do you think that there is enough political will from the conversations that you've had with strategists in Europe in particular to join this effort, given the hardening stance in certain places, whether it's the United Kingdom or Spain?
So I think both are true. You are seeing a lot more progress and conversations behind the scenes than is typically portrayed. It's not true that the Europeans are doing nothing. The French have been pretty active. The Brits have sent delegations to Tampa, Florida, to discuss this with the U.S. military. So there is actual real planning going on, and I think we will and could see, or we could and will see a European role to keep Hormuz open once it's been reopened, if that ever happens, which we think it will, to be clear. However, again, it's not going to be in a fighting capacity. We've got to separate out the potential UAE role, which would be in a fighting capacity, versus the Europeans' role, which would be more of almost like a peacekeeper rather than peacemaker, if you will.
Andrew, this is not even about fighting at this point. It's about airspace. And Spain at the moment, the Spanish government, the far-left government, is borderline anti-American at this point. I'm really struggling to understand how the US is going to deal with Europe going forward from this. It was tense already at the start of the year, and rightly the Europeans were very upset by how the US delegation handled Greenland, particularly on their visit to Switzerland back in January. But this is getting worse, not better.
Yeah, I think there are two answers to that. One is, you've got to separate out the Spains from the UKs, right? Not all countries in Europe are taking the Spanish approach. The French, for example, have been denying some overflight, but have been much more selective. So the first answer is, Spain is the extreme example, to put it simply. But the second answer is, yes, absolutely. The break in the transatlantic relationship has been going on for a couple of years. One could argue has been going on since 2003 in various degrees and will absolutely continue. Unfortunately, I think that is maybe not irreparable, but pretty close to it.
Andrew, it's good to see you. Thanks for breaking it down. Andrew Bishop there of Signum on the relationship and the breakdown of the transatlantic relationship we've seen build for quite a while now.
Yeah, the United Kingdom and Spain are two different countries. Nonetheless, it's very difficult for the European Union to act as a cohort if you have Spain with also the Netherlands and Germany and France, and there are all these different competing interests. Is part of the reason why it's difficult to get a handle on what the relationship of NATO will be going forward, what this means for, say, Russia, and how they treat Europe, and what this means going forward for the Gulf.
I spoke to Amos Hochstein yesterday in Washington, who is President Biden, a chief aide to him, and he said the issue with Spain is years in the making, and really for the U.S. government, it was a problem when Spain decided to deploy Huawei in their infrastructure. They have taken steps, how many times we've seen with this prime minister, towards Beijing and almost shutting their back to the United States.
And this will be the pushback from the Secretary Rubios of the world. Why provide a security blanket for the Europeans that Spain can take advantage of when Spain is making decisions like that?
That go against the U.S. national interests, and they would argue against the interests of U.S. allies and NATO writ large. And at the same time, what you hear from Secretary Rubio, like we heard from him yesterday, when it comes to Spain and Italy not allowing for the United States to potentially land or use U.S. air bases, their point is, well, then why do we have them there?
I thought it was fascinating, his response to you, Amos Hochstein, when he said that the U.S. should not sell sensitive technological equipment because you just can imagine that China has a wiretap. I mean, he went that far. This is a bipartisan approach to exactly what type of constraints there could be. It is one of the reasons why a lot of this is fraying.
To your point, that's from a Democrat.
Exactly.
Not a Republican. Coming up on the programme, Susan Bell of Rystad, with crude prices hovering around triple digits. Plus, Yahira has your morning movers. Nike shares sinking. With the war in Iran weighing on guidance, that name is down by more than 10%.
World's most powerful investors don't ring a bell. They quietly reshape entire industries. This is the money shaping the world. The Dealmaker playbook, where power and billions of dollars change hands every day. From private equity and credit to venture capital and M&A, we bring you the inside scoop on the biggest deals and debates, plus exclusive conversations with finance's ultimate insiders. I'm Danny Berger, and this is Bloomberg Deals. Every week, only on Bloomberg Television.
When news breaks,
a redhead across the Bloomberg terminal.
Bloomberg has you covered.
Trump's global tariffs are struck down by the U.S. Supreme Court.
For all the context and clarity you need.
There's going to be now tons of tariff headlines until midterm elections.
Hear it first on Bloomberg. Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield around the world right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
At 9:30 a.m., the market tells you what it's really thinking.
We beat the drum to the opening bell.
With deep analysis of the forces driving the price action.
Focusing investors on what really matters.
Where the money flows, which markets are changing.
Conversations with players shaping the narrative.
Innovative growth companies gravitate to NASDAQ.
It's not just like, let's buy the Mag 7 or AI.
That's a really compelling story.
This is where your trading day begins.
And this is Open Interest.
Only on Bloomberg.
Futures positive here by 0.75% on the S&P 500. On the Nasdaq, shaping up as follows. We are up by 1%. The rally continues on the Russell, up by 0.9. Yesterday on the S&P, the biggest one-day gain we've seen going back to May of last year, even with the worst month in 12 months on the S&P 500. In the bond market, 2s, 10s, 30s, yields all over the place last month. Initially a big spike higher, particularly at the front end of the curve as we priced in more inflation, less easing. 2s got to 4%. They're down by about 25 basis points from the highs. 3.76 and down another 3 this morning. Chairman Powell anchoring us around the idea that they won't be doing anything anytime soon.
Saying it's a two-sided risk and saying right now they do not see break-even rates or inflation expectations becoming unmoored. That is the potential catalyst for them to take action. Otherwise, this still seems to be a Fed looking to cut rates and potentially may have to do so based on a downside hit to growth.
Let's finish on energy. Triple digits on Brent, around those levels on WTI, pulling back just a little bit. We're down by, let's call it 2%. The hope, and I stress the hope for many people in this market, is that the hostilities will end soon and the energy will get moving. Some indicators of that in the last 24 hours.
Right, and maybe the hostilities could end soon, which right now it is not happening. To Lisa's point earlier, there was a tanker by Qatar Energy that was struck by an Iranian missile just this morning. They are not ending. But even if hostilities were to end, what do you do with the problem of the Iranian regime saying we are not going back to normal for the Strait of Hormuz? Maybe there's a toll, but maybe not only the toll, but you have to be from certain countries as well. So it's not going to be the normal flow, even if hostilities were to end.
Brent crude, 102. Let's get you an update on single names, some morning movers, 2 hours away from the opening bell. Yahira has more. Hey, Yahira.
Hi, John. We start with Nike. Those shares down 10.5% in the pre-market as the company blames the war in Iran for declining sales. Nike saying that it's already seen disruptions to traffic across the Middle East and Europe, and that contributed to Nike issuing a weaker than expected outlook as it also continues to see weakness in China. Meanwhile, moving on to some sell-side action, we are seeing Disney shares up 1% in the pre-market after analysts at Raymond James upgraded the stock to outperform, citing an attractive entry point. Disney shares down 14% year to date and down 7% in the month of March alone as concerns mounted that visits to its parks could be disrupted by the war. And we are seeing Micron shares rising 2.7% in the pre-market, building on yesterday's gains. But the question is how much of this is real and how much of this is just the broader market optimism, because Micron shares are down some 25% from recent highs as concerns continue to linger over its CapEx plans, plus this technological breakthrough from Google that could cut memory needs. John?
Yahira, thank you. Thank you for the update. On our radar this morning, President Donald Trump expecting to address the nation at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. The White House saying the president will provide an important update on the situation in Iran. Elsewhere, a third U.S. aircraft carrier heading to the Middle East as military operations continue. The carrier expected to take 3 weeks to arrive as the president signals the war could be nearing an end. And finally, the UAE preparing to use force to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. The Wall Street Journal reporting officials are actively weighing military options, including mine clearance, to help secure the waterway.
This underscores what we've been hearing from a lot of analysts and investors this morning, which is for the U.S. to leave this area and leave the Strait of Hormuz in control of Iran is infeasible. And frankly, it is unsustainable for the Gulf Cooperation Council, which is a reason why the UAE would be interested in getting involved, as well as Saudi Arabia. How much could this lead to the next phase of this war that won't necessarily end, but could enter a more sustained phase?
This report really reflects a lot of conversations I've been having for weeks. At some point, the UAE would be willing to get involved, probably more so as long as there is a coalition. I really think it's important to go back and read the opinion piece Ambassador Yusuf Al-Otaiba put in the Wall Street Journal. We want Iran as a normal neighbor. It can be reclusive and even unwelcoming, but it can't attack its neighbors, blockade international waters, or export extremism. And the ADNOC CEO today saying Iran's action is about global economic extortion. They will not allow it. They are also part of this body of water. And for them, this is where the buck stops.
This is not going to be the new status quo for them at all. At all. And when we talk about negotiations, I keep going back to it. Gulf nations have got a say in what happens here as well. They've got to say for sure. They've got skin in the game big time.
The United Arab Emirates has gotten hit the hardest because they're the closest to Iran. They have been at the most at risk, and they've experienced the backlash. I will just say the points that you raised in the editorial was fascinating, given the fact that they also want to protect their own nations from getting dragged into a sort of extremist cycle that they fought hard, and the entire upbringing of the economy in that region. They have to sustain that with peace.
They're also a financial hub, and they're cutting off access to the regime's access to being able to use finances because, of course, they are barred from SWIFT. It's very challenging. Also, I thought this was really important. Emirates Airlines, nationals of Iran, are not allowed to enter and transit. If you want to go in and out of Tehran, a key hub, I've been there, a key hub before you go anywhere else in the world is to stop in Dubai.
Crude prices right now still around triple digits. On bets the war may be coming to an end. We're pulling back just a little bit on Brent and WTI. Susan Bell of Rystad Energy writing, without the Strait of Hormuz reopening, the energy crisis will deepen. Crude oil and product prices will continue to escalate until there is some resolution. Susan joins us now for more. Susan, welcome to the programme. Let's go with the president's line. Let's say it goes another 2 weeks and maybe an additional few days. Where's this market then?
Well, I mean, if it depends on how the conflict resolves. Certainly the president is now talking about leaving the region before ensuring that the Strait of Hormuz is flowing normally. And that really doesn't do much for energy markets globally. We really do need to see the Strait of Hormuz operating like normal for crude oil prices to begin to...
Okay, I think थोड़े पहले एक ट्रम्प ने एक्सक्लूसिव इंटरव्यू दिया है टेलीग्राफ को एंड ही सेज आई एम स्ट्रांगली कंसीडरिंग पुलिंग आउट ऑफ नेटो यूएस प्रेसिडेंट टेल्स टेलीग्राफ अलायंस इज अ पेपर टाइगर एंड क्लेम्स यूके डजंट इवन हैव अ नेवी दिस इज his statement few minutes back. UAE preparing to join Trump mission to reopen Hormuz. Major statement from US President Trump. President Donald Trump said he is strongly considering pulling the US out of NATO after allies failed to back US military action against Iran, according to an interview with British Daily Telegraph. Also, NASA is launching the Artemis 2 mission from the Kennedy Space Center very soon. Historic day, you can say it. Last time जब US NASA मून पे गए थे तो I think none of the are alive or even born. Not alive, we say, not even born. इंडियन टाइम के अकॉर्डिंग कल आई थिंक अर्ली मॉर्निंग 4:45 पे लॉन्च होगा. drone interceptor in the UAE left an Indian national injured after Sarpal landed near the industrial area in Al Thoub in United Arab Emirates.
I do think that we should strengthen our cooperation on defence, security, energy, emissions and the economy. And on the economy, the steps we've taken so far have been in relation to the single market. And I'm ambitious that we can do more in relation to the single market. Well, I do think that we should strengthen. Secondly, that whatever the pressure on me and others, whatever the noise, I'm going to act in the British national interest in all the decisions that I make. And that's why I've been absolutely clear that this is not our war, and we're not going to get dragged into it. Secondly, that whatever the pressure
reality is, the economic shocks caused by this war will be with us for months. Tonight, I want to speak directly with you about what the government is doing to shield Australia
क्रूड ऑयल देखना पड़ेगा कहीं डब्ल्यू ना बना दे डबल बॉटम। नेचुरल गैस भी नीचे आता है तो एक बार 260 को भी टच करने जा सकता है लिक्विडिटी लेने उस एरिया के आसपास। थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा ही बेरिश है क्रूड ऑयल के कंपैरिजन में। 5:30 भी होने वाला है, 5:30 6 मिनट रह गए हैं। नेचुरल गैस में ऑलमोस्ट लेवल पे पहुंचने वाला है। लेट्स होप नेक्स्ट कैंडल से पहले आ जाए। अगर ये नेक्स्ट कैंडल के बाद आया तो फिर थोड़ा सा रिस्क बढ़ जाएगा, बिकॉज ऐसा ना हो नेक्स्ट कैंडल पे थोड़ी वॉलेटिलिटी क्रिएट हो एट 5:30 और ओपन इक्वल टू हाई बन जाए। तो नेक्स्ट कैंडल का ध्यान रखना। 5 मिनट इज लेफ्ट बिफोर न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ओपन। तो न्यूयॉर्क सेशन का कैंडल का ध्यान रखना। ओपन इक्वल टू हाई हुई तो एंट्री नहीं होगी, ठीक है, इन नेचुरल गैस। बाकी ऊपर लग रहा है 277 278, यहाँ से एक रिजेक्शन वापस मिले तो बढ़िया। ये कुछ ऐसे गिरे तो अच्छा है, rather than पहले नीचे गिरे और फिर ऊपर जाए। कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू हाई बनती है एंट्री के वक्त तो फिर नहीं लेंगे, ध्यान रखना। इन नेचुरल गैस नॉर्मल कैंडल ही होनी चाहिए। गोल्ड और सिल्वर भी काफी अच्छा है। गोल्ड 2% अप है, सिल्वर फ्लैट हो गया। 5000 की ओर जाता हुआ लग रहा है गोल्ड। ओके न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ओपन कैंडल देखोगे ओपन इक्वल टू हाई है नेचुरल गैस में एंट्री मत करना डायरेक्टली candle is open equal to high open to 68.9 high to 68.9 अपना ओपन इक्वल टू हाई ब्रेक करेगा फिर देखेंगे अदरवाइज डोंट एंटर ठीक है हो सकता है गिरता रहे हो सकता है रिवर्स करेगा तब भी नहीं हमें कैंडल एटलीस्ट ओपन इक्वल टू हाई निकलनी चाहिए न्यूयॉर्क सेशन में भी सेलिंग का प्रेशर ही शो कर रहा है ओके 7 PM यूएस मार्केट विल ओपन. देखते हैं फिर मोमेंटम आता है तो नेचुरल गैस ऑलमोस्ट टारगेट की जोन की ओर जाता हुआ. नेचुरल गैस भी सपोर्ट पे स्टक हो गया, ना ऊपर जा रहा है ना नीचे आ रहा है. Crude oil always sideways. क्रूड ऑयल भी थोड़ा सा ऊपर आता है तो इसमें भी सेलिंग ही प्लान है. लेट्स होप ये भी थोड़ा सा जल्दी आ जाए. अप्रॉक्सीमेटली 9600 700 की रेंज में. French President Emmanuel Macron, France is not taking part in the war. Paris was not consulted and is not involved in the US-Israeli military action. Donald Trump tweet Iran new regime president much less radicalized and far more intelligent than his predecessors has just asked the United States of America for a ceasefire. We will consider when Hormuz Strait is open, free and clear. Until then, we are blasting Iran into oblivion war, or they say back to Stone Age. US President Donald Trump says Iran president wants a ceasefire. but he says we can only cease fire if Strait of Hormuz is completely open. Okay, 15-minute left. US market is going to open.
Are like 6 to 8 trillion tokens per month, and Google is somewhere around 30 trillion tokens. So from that perspective, it feels like Anthropic has definitely narrowed the lead, and that's where, you know, enterprise tokens are what you monetize. It shows up in your revenue. I mean, both these companies are guiding close to, 25 to 30 billion in revenue by the end of this year.
By the way, what happened with Claude yesterday? Did they
Their code got released.
And is that a big whoops, or?
It is. I don't think it was intentional. So from that perspective, you could argue, their controls didn't really work well. And look, I mean, they're talking about cybersecurity use cases and all that. Like, to me, this is the perfect case of where, a cybersecurity or one of those companies could come in and say, you have a process where you could be exposed, to code leaks and this kind of inadvertent stuff. So from that perspective, I do think they need better control.
Yeah, all those cybersecurity companies who said AI will not replace us probably feeling a little bit smug this morning. Mandeep, just before you go, at the top of the hour, we learned that Intel is going to be buying back the rest of the Irish JV that they had with Apollo around a data center. Apollo, originally the stake was $11 billion. They pay it for $14 billion. I'm interested from both sides about why Intel would want to pay this back and why only after 2 years Apollo would want to exit this thing.
Well, right now there is clearly a boom when it comes to data center construction. And for a company like Intel, their best bet is onshore manufacturing. Like, what you really want to double down on is companies having to diversify their supply chains and, moving some of the chip production here. And so from that perspective, it does make sense. They did raise some money from NVIDIA. And so, that's probably the direction Intel is headed towards in terms of focusing on manufacturing here.
All right, Mandeep, thanks very much, Mandeep. Sitting there, runs Bloomberg Intelligence tech coverage for us. Coming up, Kestra's Kara Murphy is trimming exposure of mega cap stocks and pushing into industrials. She joins us with her market outlook next. This is Open Interest.
Thousands of American Marines are heading to the Middle East.
Greece will not participate.
There's a very good chance we're going to end up in a deal.
He's looking at putting boots on the ground.
This is going to be a short-term excursion.
Trust Bloomberg for on-the-ground coverage.
Things are not de-intensifying.
A lot of fear here in Europe. Ukraine is being left out in the cold.
Up-to-the-minute reporting.
The report has been hit.
Missiles have struck the U.S. Embassy.
And the analysis you need.
The United States military has shown its might. Now it's time to please calm down.
Nobody covers geopolitics like Bloomberg. Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield around the world right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade.
Watch Bloomberg Tech.
This is the Asia Trade.
This is Wall Street Week. Welcome to Balance of Power.
You're watching Bloomberg Deals.
Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend.
This is Bloomberg Television. Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
Why is it that NFTs have not recovered in the same way that, say, Bitcoin has?
Bloomberg is covering all things crypto.
It's a pretty spectacular story.
The people.
This is the future. This is the 21st century economy.
The transactions.
It snapped up nearly $1 billion of Bitcoin.
And the technology.
We need to build a digital Fort Knox.
That gives people financial freedom, and that's a wonderful thing.
That's extraordinary.
We ride the wave that is Bitcoin.
Bloomberg Crypto, only on Bloomberg.
Astonishing day for U.S. technology.
Shaping the region's technology ecosystem.
Asia's biggest tech news and innovation.
Perhaps a little bit of a preview of what we're going to hear from the president in his address to the nation at 9 p.m. tonight. Reuters reporting that President Trump will express his criticism of NATO tonight, that he says that the U.S. will be out of Iran pretty quickly, but that they can come back for, quote, spot hits once the war is over. Futures still rallying after that monster rally yesterday. We're up about 0.5%. NASDAQ goes up 0.7% as 10-year yield still moving higher at 4.35. 32. And I know you're looking at the energy and commodities market.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so much to look at. So oil has been fluctuating. NYMEX crude has been fluctuating up and down around the $100 mark right now. We're at $100.16. Brent crude about $1.50 away at 101.86. Gold is rising today, and Bitcoin holding steady around $68,400 right now. So we have seen a lot of volatility. But it's interesting to see that oil, even with the market anticipating in some senses a retreat from the Middle East, is not selling off.
Because a retreat doesn't necessarily mean that the Strait of Hormuz would be open, although there's some question marks to that this morning about if that's necessary for a retreat. President Trump earlier in the week saying that we could leave without reopening the strait. There was that Wall Street Journal report. But then today saying that in order for there to be a ceasefire, which he says Iran wants, that the Strait of Hormuz would need to be open regardless. Oil still falling this morning as futures point higher. We're going to have your market open for you just on the other side of this commercial break.
Everybody has a moment where they put into action all they've practiced, where they step up to a challenge and either succeed or fail. But what are those moments for some of the world's most influential leaders?
It was a rough and tumble world, and I thought, okay, I can rise up, I can play this game, and I did play the game.
It was great, and it was depressing, and it was disappointing.
My chair at the time sat down with me and said, "Succession starts now."
I'm Francine Lacroix, an award-winning journalist. For the last 25 years, I've interviewed world leaders, bank bosses, even fashion icons. I'm often asking about the news of the moment. But I've always been curious, who are these people as leaders? Join me for the podcast version of Leaders with Francine Lacroix. I'll start your week with conversations that explore what drives the world's most influential people, how today's leaders got to where they are, where they're going next, and how they've transformed their organization in the process.
Make decisions. A poor decision is always better than no decision.
You have to have truth tellers around you, and you have to be willing to listen.
You don't want to be setting strategy in the middle of a transaction, that's for sure.
Do it for the right reasons. Don't do it because of FOMO.
We'll also learn lessons which we can apply to our work and daily lives. Tune into the podcast version of Leaders with Francine Lacroix. Listen and watch on Bloomberg Television or wherever you get your podcasts.
Making money isn't about drowning in emotions. It's about understanding what's actually happening. Markets are the best way to glean signal from noise, and that is what we try to do every morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute automotive news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Matt Miller in Detroit, and this is Bloomberg. Moments away from the start of trading on this Wednesday. This is Bloomberg Open Interest. I'm Matt Miller. We're seeing big gains in futures, 0.5% on the S&P, 0.75% on the NASDAQ futures after massive gains in yesterday's trade, the biggest we've seen since May of last year, which was right after Liberation Day month. So I guess for the similar reasons, right? After Liberation Day and President Trump threatened the world with massive tariffs, and the economy would have been greatly damaged, then he brought them down. And so we were like, okay, the economy can fly free now, soar like a pigeon in the sky. By the way, Paloma Acquisition Corp ringing the bell at the NASDAQ, and Paloma means pigeon, I'm told, in Spanish.
But apparently dove as well.
A dove is a pigeon.
Because again, my best friend's sister's name is Paloma, and I refuse to believe that her name is just Pigeon, that her parents named her Pigeon.
Well, yes, I know. It's probably because they thought a dove, a beautiful, peaceful dove.
Yes.
I think Picasso has a daughter named Paloma.
Okay.
In any case, my point is, we were worried about war. Right. March was a horrible month for stocks. In fact, more wealth was destroyed in the stock market in March than any other month in history. And so yesterday, when the market gets the idea that maybe President Trump is ready to back out of the Middle East, you know, the closed straits of Hormuz be damned, that market rallied, although we know that there was a lot of short covering as well, pension funds coming in, and that the short gamma position of dealers had rolled off
well done.
because of Tuesday's expiry.
I also think it's important, though, to compare it to Liberation Day, because at that time, it was Trump's switch to turn on and off. This time, it's not just his decision. It's Iran's, it's Israel's. Just because he says it's over doesn't mean that the strait is open.
We'll see how it turns out.
Anyway, here at the open, I am looking at deal news we had at the top in the 9 a.m. hour, Intel and Apollo. So in 2024, Intel and Apollo, they reach a JV to build a plant and a data center in Ireland. Originally, Apollo paid 11% for just under 50% of that data center. Now, Intel comes back and says, thank you very much. We will buy the rest of that. $14 billion is what they're going to pay. Matt, over the 2 years, that's an IRR of just over 12%. That's a little bit under the average of what PE tries to achieve for it. But hey, for a holding period of only 2 years, maybe that's not so bad.
Yeah, better than a stick in the eye, I would say. That's what my stockbroker used to tell me. Nike expects revenue for the fourth quarter to be down 2 to 4%, with the company noting that its turnaround efforts are taking longer than originally planned. The CEO said the direction is clear, and he expects revenue to fall the rest of the year as well. So that direction doesn't look very promising, and as a result, Nike shares are down 13%. Furniture giant RH, which was previously known as Restoration Hardware, no idea why they would have changed their name to just 2 letters. It missed earnings estimates as tariffs, and it says bad weather weighed on demand. Restoration Hardware down more than 20% in the early trade.
Let's get more on these markets that are rebounding again after the rebound yesterday. Kestra Chief Investment Officer Kara Murphy joins us for more. What a quarter it was. And of course, yesterday is how it capped it all off. How do you think about your portfolio right now? And after the quarter that was and a huge rally on our hands yesterday, are you defensive? Did you lean into the sell-off? Did you buy? Did you pick up some of the babies with the bathwater? Where do you stand now?
So I think it's important to think about these conflicts as they tend to be relatively short-lived. They're very painful, and not least of which for the people who are directly impacted by it. But at the same time, when we look back through history, these types of geopolitical conflicts tend to be short. And then what happens
is that... You mean their effect on the market? Because actually they take, like, Vietnam, Afghanistan, they take a long time.
Yes, but the market's focus tends to be quite short, right? And the U.S. economy is very, very privileged in that we are very insulated from these types of conflicts. Now, the higher oil prices are the way that these conflicts tend to transmit to the U.S. economy. But again, we're much more insulated than the rest of the world. So what happens is that as the headlines start to recede, market participants then refocus on the trends that were in place before the conflict started. And I think that's where we're seeing an important market shift away from these Mag 7 names that have been so important for a number of years to a lot of other areas of the market that are beginning to show earnings power. And that, I think, will then draw the attention of the market.
So the Mag 7 had a tough start to the year, right? The whole market obviously did, but the Mag 7 index is down, 11, 12%. Do you buy that? Do you say, okay, this drop was amplified by the war, and now that we can look through that, hopefully, it's a cheaper set of stocks to buy?
I suspect what happens, like if you look at the Mag 7, actually, they actually peaked at the end of October. So that underperformance has been going on for a number of months. I think as the conflict hopefully comes to a resolution in the not too distant future, initially it's those Mag 7 names that are going to bounce back. Those are where valuations have come down. Earnings estimates have really held in there. So that's kind of an easy place to go for some grounding. But as we kind of get past that, then I think in the back half of the year, you start to see smaller large caps, mid caps, small caps start to kind of come into their own when it comes to earnings. And that's the longer term trend that we see going forward.
How are you thinking about the impact if the conflict ends but the strait remains closed and oil prices remain elevated? What sort of impact would that have on your look forward?
That's our base case right now. We don't go back to $60 oil. But if we get back to, let's say, $80 oil, where the cost of doing business, the cost of transportation for oil is still high, that's still a very sustainable level. And that's also a level at which most American producers can be very profitable, right? So that becomes the ballast to all of this.
The broadening out that we were seeing, do you bet on that? Because earnings expectations are still pretty high for the whole S&P 500. Right?
Yeah.
Double digits.
Yeah, and that compares with like a 9% long-term average. Like, that's fantastic. And so even if we see a little bit taken off of there, right, if expectations come down a little bit, we've also had valuations re-rate down. And so that becomes a really big opportunity where you have solid earnings power, a little bit more attractive valuations.
Does the earnings power, though, stay if a consumer is still dealing with $4 at the pump? Like, is there a level at which the really strong consumer retail spending we got, I mean, February numbers were very strong, even though they were very backwards looking. Is there a level at which people start to funnel more of their savings into things like the cost of powering their car? They start to save more. They get nervous. Is there a threshold?
I think there is for sure a risk, but it's actually duration is more important than level. So the longer we stay at these high levels, the more damage it happens. But the uncomfortable thing to remember is that higher oil prices really impact the lower end consumer, who's actually a much smaller contributor overall to the U.S. economy. High-end consumers are actually in really, really good shape. Wealth is at historic levels. Leverage is at historic lows. And the amount of earnings that they spend on filling their gas tank is relatively small. So again, as we think about the U.S. economy in aggregate, it's very asymmetric who gets hurt by high oil prices.
You know, last year, the other markets around the world in Europe and Asia outperformed the U.S. Now, they needed to do some catch up after, a decade of underperforming. But is that trend finished now?
I don't think so. It has certainly been halted. If you look at emerging markets in particular, they've really been hit hard by these high oil prices. So you have to get that corrected in order to see some momentum come back in those names. But again, as we think about fundamentals, we think it makes sense to have exposure outside of the U.S., both because we're likely to see a continued pressure on the dollar. You have extraordinarily low valuations in those markets, and you're starting to see earnings begin to pick up.
What difference does it make the dollar going forward from here? Because we're seeing the dollar decline now as we look towards a resolution of the end of the war. It had been strengthening as the war coming up. How are you factoring that into your view for it?
Yeah, and then meanwhile in 2025 the dollar was quite weak, and so what we tend to see is that the U.S. dollar goes through these large cycles, and in periods when the U.S. dollar is appreciating, U.S. markets also tend to do better on a local currency basis. But we think that we're starting to come off of a very long period where U.S. dollar has been strong, U.S. assets have been ascendant, and it's starting to favor some of those assets outside the U.S. It doesn't mean the dollar is going to plummet, but on the margin, we think that outside the U.S., we tend to have the benefit.
All right. Kara, we're going to have to end it there. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. Great to see you. Kestra Chief Investment Officer Kara Murphy. And we are 8 minutes just over that into your trading day right now. We're not only holding on to gains, we are increasing them. We're now up 0.8% on the highs of the morning, the future session included, after a very, very strong day. We had the most advancers yesterday so far year to date. It's a pretty good breath this morning, 325 stocks up. It's all of the big mega cap tech, as Kara was just talking about, that's advancing. They are now all trading below 25 times forward earnings, so maybe it's a nice little bargain if you want it. NVIDIA, Alphabet, Amazon, Broadcom, Meta are the best gainers. Micron, which had been selling off, up 5% this morning. Intel, we talked about their deal with Apollo. Those shares are also up by more than 6%. On the downside, you have consumer type companies, and you have energy names, energy falling with the price of oil. Nike down 13% after a lackluster earnings report where China did not perform as expected. McDonald's is in there, Visa, MasterCard, again, some really consumer exposed names like P&G. You're going to see that if you look at the sectors this morning too, that energy is performing poorly alongside consumer staples. Energy down 2.1% is the best performing sector over the past month, over the month of March. No surprise with that big move in oil prices, one of the biggest months since the Gulf War. Communication services with the tech giants, industrials, infotech. Those are your leaders this morning, Matt.
All right, coming up, Brian Reuter of Permira is going to join us to discuss his outlook for M&A. And by the way, today's the big day. Today is the hour-long M&A special starting at noon. Danny anchors that, and we have a lot to talk about with Brian. Looking forward to him joining us on this Bloomberg Open Interest.
The phone is, what's great about it is it's a well-developed gaming ecosystem, right? So it, folks know to find games there, but it's also a highly competitive gaming ecosystem. So it's developed, this gives you both that upside and that downside. But what's exciting is that now we are moving beyond the phone to the TV. So I mentioned like one of the big gaming areas we're going after. One of the big gaming areas we're going after now is social gaming experiences that will show up on your TV. So we are now announcing, we're going to announce here actually, that we're going to have these social party games that you can play on your TV with your phone as the controller. And it's things like, recognizable games like Boggle, you got Pictionary, we've got a Lego party game. We, basically are going to like unleash this with a bunch of creators, and they're going to go figure out stuff that we didn't even imagine that they can do with that interactivity.
Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend. I'm David Gura.
I'm Lisa Mateo. And I'm Christina Ruffini. We're tracking breaking news today from Wall Street to Washington. Let's start overseas. The sector is really propelling this deal forward.
Yeah, the hope is this will open up new markets and provide some additional liquidity.
Of course, now they're going to have competitors. We got a big week coming up in politics.
Earnings season is underway. We're going to get some key reports.
Everything you need to know before the markets open on Monday.
Introducing Bloomberg This Weekend, bringing a little Bloomberg into your weekend routine.
Guys, buckle up.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute global news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Jumana Versace in Davos, Switzerland, and this is Bloomberg. Middle East and Africa. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. Join me on Horizons Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insight from this exciting region. Now weekdays, only on Bloomberg.
At 9:30 a.m., the market tells you what it's really thinking.
We beat the drum to the opening bell.
With deep analysis of the forces driving the price action.
Focusing investors on what really matters.
Where the money flows, which markets are changing.
Conversations with players shaping the narrative.
Innovative growth companies gravitate to NASDAQ.
It's not just like, let's buy the Mag 7 or AI.
That's a really compelling story.
This is where your trading day begins.
And this is Open Interest.
Only on Bloomberg.
Quick check on what's going on in the early trade. We're up 0.5% on the S&P 500 after a massive rally yesterday. 65.61 is where we sit on the benchmark index. The NASDAQ up another 152 points to 23,895, so getting back close to 24,000. You got the small caps rising more than 1%. It's time now for top calls. Some of the analysts' action and focus this morning. First up is Raymond James, upgrading Walt Disney, saying the current slowdown and weaker international park traffic make this a good time to buy, with streaming profits expected to drive more growth over the next few years. Next up is Benchmark starting Microsoft with a buy rating, saying the company is becoming a leading force in AI and says investors should take advantage of the recent pullback. Microsoft shares had fallen yesterday 25% year to date. Of course, they rallied with the rest of the market. And finally, HSBC is upgrading Bank America and Wells Fargo to buys, writing that some bank stocks have overcorrected in response to rising economic uncertainty. Danny?
Dealmakers saw a very strong start to the year, despite a volatile backdrop as the war in Iran continues to cloud the global economic outlook. We spoke with Rich Lawson, who co-founded private equity firm HGGC, alongside Hall of Fame quarterback Steve Young, about what he's seeing in the market.
We all, I think, feel these profound implications of this geopolitical strife. But again, there are certain pockets of the alternatives, and particularly medium-sized companies globally, that are being transacted. We've actually bought a business in Canada. We've taken a business private in the UK. And we've also done a fund admin in Luxembourg in recent times. So deals are still happening.
Joining us now, I'm pleased to say, is Brian Reuter, co-CEO and co-managing partner at Premier. Brian, thanks so much for stopping by.
Thanks for having me.
And look, you have a better view than maybe anyone. Nearly 100 billion assets under management. You're headquartered in London, but you operate truly globally. It's all these existential risks. I mean, you and I were just talking about some of them, between AI, supply chains, war. What has this environment so far this year been like to invest in?
Yeah, it's energizing, but incredibly volatile. Volatility tends to create like really interesting environments to invest in. Looking back over the last couple of years, it was actually really tricky because we saw the markets being pretty highly valued relative to underlying risk potential. So volatility you could see in the world, but not volatility you could see in asset pricing. Today it's kind of reversed, and you see risk being priced everywhere, especially around the AI trade. So it's a really interesting time now. So we were saying before it was a good time to be selling beta, buying alpha, as in like the market we were kind of generally not excited to invest in, but you could have to pick really interesting selective assets where you could drive differential returns over several years. Now we actually see much more interesting opportunities with the way the market's being priced.
The AI, I guess, evolution has created kind of a reckoning for software especially. And it turns out that private asset owners are much more exposed to software than public markets. How does it look at Premier?
Yeah, we have a significant part of our NAV that's in B2B software especially, but it's a minority of where we've been investing. We actually have been a significant net seller of software for the last several years, and in fact, since the release of ChatGPT, not because we think software is in a bad place, but because we did not see this risk priced into software. So we saw better opportunities to sell software than to acquire. Recently, really towards the end of 2025, software moved into a really interesting price range, and we think actually now it's been oversold. Not necessarily in total, but there's really interesting single names in software that we think are significantly oversold.
You can go ahead and share some of those with us.
Oh, well, I tell everybody when they come to bring something to the investment committee today, it better look good compared to Workday at 9 times EBITDA, right? So it doesn't mean we're not going to buy Workday at 9 times EBITDA. We're not a public investor, but anything in the private market has to see that. The private markets have not yet reset to reflect those levels. It usually takes 6 or 9 months, as crazy as that is, for the private market to kind of see their way to what the public market reality is. But anyway, we think there's some really interesting names out there, and it will kind of work its way into the private market.
I was just thinking that your company Zendesk must be so happy that they're not a publicly traded company when all the wildness was happening.
Yeah.
So when you look in the market, if private hasn't caught up, are you actively having conversations with publicly traded companies that you're looking at taking private then?
The take private market has been a very consistent source of deal flow for us. It's a really good one. I don't know any public company that's happy they're public at the moment. And so we've taken companies public, we've taken more companies private than we've taken public, Zendesk being one of them. We've sold some of our public companies. We sold Informatica last year to Salesforce, which was a great trade for Salesforce, but we're very happy that that company's not public right now. So yeah, it's a really interesting time to be having dialogues with all of these companies about maybe it would be better off to be private in this kind of a world.
What's your take on the moat that's necessary, or what do you want to see in a software company? I mean, you mentioned Workday. I thought it was so fascinating that the CEO pointed out Anthropic and OpenAI still pay Workday on a monthly basis, right?
Yeah. We think there's a lot of overused kind of comfort terms that we see around software today. System of record, overused comfort term. Every application has a database, and you'll see people say, like, well, we're a system of record because we have a database. I'm like, nah, that doesn't really fit. You need to be feeding lots of other enterprise applications in the organization to have that kind of level of stickiness. So there's a lot of, like, moats have changed And a lot of moats that we find really underwritable today are back to basics. It's regulatory protection. It's deep relative market share advantages relative to your competitors. And actually, a lot of what we've been doing with our existing portfolio companies, going back to 2022, 23, on the release of ChatGPT, was aggressive investment around AI innovation. We're now 600 million plus of real AI ARR in our portfolio, and that's growing more than 100% per year. So your best protection is actually to invest in and around the new technologies.
That's growing more than 100% per year. That's more than doubling every year.
Yes.
Wow.
And by the way, like, you realize there's tremendous advantages in the AI era to being the incumbent, because you have access to all of the context and workflows. That's actually the rate limiting step for enterprises to get real value out of all their investment. So we're thrilled, Zendesk being one of them. 200 million plus of that 600 million is coming from Zendesk alone, who made that pivot very successfully over the past several years, and really embracing being now an AI native, AI forward company.
Some of your peers who maybe hold software companies that don't have that incumbent advantage, it's been sort of stacked on top of what people are saying is the bifurcation of private capital players right now, the haves and the have-nots. Davidson Kemper has some status that are hedge funds saying that roughly a quarter of PE funds that have raised since 2015 have failed to earn the rate of return at which firms can earn performance fees. There's been a lot of talk about the 21 and 22 vintages being really poor because of how much was paid. Again, that sort of shakeout, that bifurcation, have those troubles fully made their way through the system?
It never fully works its way entirely through the system, but there's been a very consistent trend of where especially institutional investors would like to put their capital, and it tends to be with firms that have some scale. So that's been a very consistent trend across this. There is a cycle to the industry. Some of that's driven by performance and vintage years and the like, and the vintage year you're talking about is going to be a very tricky vintage year, kind of 21, 22 era for the industry. But the industry always survives and thrives through that.
Is that making its way out, that vintage right now, where exits finally coming? Because I know there was some kind of indigestion of could the sellers and the buyers, could that gap come together? Is it coming together at all?
Yeah, it's still a low liquidity vintage across the class. We have been monetizing in our vintage for that. Like, that underlying portfolio is actually growing really nicely. So the more you grow, you work out some of the prices that were paid during zero interest rate environment and the like. So what we think actually the assets you want going forward, we love our position in this because we're a digitally native investor across everything we do. Our second biggest office is Silicon Valley. Deep kind of roots in the Valley, but applying that technology expertise to all of the areas we invest, whether it's services, healthcare, consumer. We think that's actually the setup you want as a firm heading into the next decade of risk and opportunity around AI.
Brian, it's awesome to have you here, and as Danny points out, your perspective is really valuable, so I hope we can get you back on again. Brian Reuter there talking to us, he of Permira, but fortunately here at 731 Lex. We're getting some breaking news from the Islamic Republic of Iran Broadcasting Network, IRIB, citing the IRGC, saying that the Strait of Hormuz won't reopen based on Trump's absurd displays, and that's their word, not mine. As a result, you can see that we have paired some of the gains that we had on the S&P, although we're still up 0.5% at 37 points at 65.65. So it is, a headline worth paying attention to, and we've seen a couple of these big red sticky headlines cross the Bloomberg terminal. Just about an hour and a half ago, President Trump said he will only consider a ceasefire with Iran when the strait is reopened. So the president officially making that an objective, even though yesterday the Department of Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said it was not an objective. Now Iran says they won't reopen the strait. So we'll continue to see, I guess, volatility in these markets. More on Bloomberg. This is Open Interest.
up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Jennifer Zabasaja in the Lesotho Highlands, and this is Bloomberg.
The countdown is on. Everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day. Get ahead of tomorrow's trading with The Close. Weekdays on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives.
And laying the foundation for the future.
From finance to defense, AI to entertainment.
And from the road to the stars. Bloomberg brings you the latest stories of the people and companies pushing the tech sector to new frontiers.
And the politics that shape global tech markets.
I'm Caroline Hyde in New York.
And I'm Ed Ludlow in San Francisco.
Watch Bloomberg Tech every weekday.
Only on Bloomberg Television.
Bringing you up to the minute news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Sherian in Seoul, and this is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Open Interest. I'm Matt Miller. Quick check on what stocks are doing after headlines crossed, this time from Iran. We had President Trump earlier saying that he won't consider a ceasefire until the Strait of Hormuz is reopened. Remember, he said at the beginning of March, only when there's an unconditional surrender. But the Iranians say they're not going to open the Strait of Hormuz. As a result, we have some fluctuations, but still, 65.64, 65.66 right now. We're still up 0.6%. So the market really looking through those Iranian headlines. The NASDAQ gaining 0.75%, a little more at almost 24,000. Take a look at crude. It's down 2.5%. This is WTI at 98.77. Brent also down almost 3% at 101. So the market not buying what Iran has to say. Nvidia is up, and that's helping gains as well. Coming up the next hour, State Street's Maria Waitman shares her take on this week's massive rally.
World's most powerful investors don't ring a bell. They quietly reshape entire industries. This is the money shaping the world. The Dealmaker Playbook, where power and billions of dollars change hands every day. From private equity and credit to venture capital and M&A, we bring you the inside scoop on the biggest deals and debates, plus exclusive conversations with finance's ultimate insiders.
Great scoop on this. You've been reporting about an activist investor coming up and trying to shake things up. What's the latest?
We've been hearing that there was going to be an activist at some point. The question was who?
There is a convergence of technology and national security.
The United States is a big country. We're playing in the Northeast. That's an economy as big as the United Kingdom.
This is a really interesting space to watch. We're expecting more consolidation. As this is Bloomberg Deals at Bloomberg Invest, I want to talk about the broader deal and M&A environment.
This is a moment in time. We'll see how long we're here. It's far too early to call.
There is an underinvestment in what's going on in private markets because everyone's looking for additional AI cloud capacity, and it's very tough to build.
Everybody wants to get things going, and the IPO market is just one symptom of that. It is an early indicator of what we're going to see in the M&A market.
Let's go to Scarlett Fu, who's taking a closer look at drone companies.
With ongoing conflicts in the Middle East and Ukraine, there's renewed investor appetite for new names in the space.
Excellent reporting.
I'm Danny Berger, and this is Bloomberg Deals. Every week, only on Bloomberg Television.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Anand, only on Bloomberg.
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, only on Bloomberg.
Is President Trump. He has arrived at the Supreme Court, and his appearance goes against long-standing precedent of presidents not attending oral arguments over their policies.
In fact, I recall Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, criticizing Jay Powell for attending a Supreme Court argument concerning Lisa Cook of the Federal Reserve Board, saying that he was politicizing the decision. It feels like this is very much a political decision, too.
Again, President Trump arrived at the Supreme Court as justices consider the constitutionality of his bid to curb who is eligible for automatic citizenship when born in the U.S., which has been something we've had for a very long time.
Absolutely.
In this country, I'm not sure. And what I understand from the legal experts is as it's a pretty well established.
There's a law
precedent
that was passed in 1952, basically mirroring the language in the 14th Amendment that all persons born or naturalized in the U.S. and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens. There's a key precedent in 1898 when the Supreme Court ruled that Wong Kim Ark, he was born in the U.S. to non-citizen parents from China, was a U.S. citizen. And by the way, worth mentioning as well that this executive order that President Trump signed back in January of 2025 has never gone into effect.
Okay.
It was blocked by lower courts. And reportedly, it would only affect babies born in the future. But, you know, once this gets reversed, who knows what could happen next?
Yep, absolutely. So there is no video allowed in the Supreme Court, where there will be audio. And we'll take some of the oral argument audio live when it starts. And that's how we're going to cover, and that's how it's being covered here today. But there was certainly some video of President Trump leaving the White House en route to the Supreme Court and then arriving at the Supreme Court. And we had Tyler Kender on with a live report just moments ago, and we could barely hear it because there were so many protests on both sides of the issue happening at the Supreme Court. And very loud bands and drums and things like that.
Yeah, well, it's got a lot of people worked up, a lot of people animated. I mean, worth also reminding everyone that the opening arguments begin today. Let's bring in Jeff Mason, who's a Bloomberg White House and Washington correspondent, joining us from our Washington bureau. Jeff, when it comes to today's arguments, I mean, this is the beginning of a long process. We're not looking for any kind of decision anytime soon, are we?
No, you're certainly right to say that it's the beginning of a long process, at least in terms of being a long legal process. This process started when President Trump signed that executive order on his first day in office of his second term. And it really laid out one of his and some of his advisors, I would note Stephen Miller being certainly high among them, a dream for conservatives and for MAGA faithful to get rid of birthright citizenship. So that's what he wanted. It got challenged in court. It has not gone into effect, and now he's going to sit and is sitting in a courtroom looking at three of the justices who were appointed and confirmed under his first term, listening to oral arguments.
Jeff, the fact that President Trump is taking the unusual step of actually going to the Supreme Court, sitting in for oral arguments, that suggests that this is a very, very important topic for him. Just frame that out for us. How does he think about this? And how long has this been an issue for him?
Well, it's you're absolutely right. I mean, I think number one, President Trump likes drama, and he likes to have and has a flair for the dramatic. This is a former reality television host who became president twice. He still thinks very much like a reality television host. That's one reason why the press pool is often brought in to the Oval Office and to other events where he engages with the press. He's doing that in the Supreme Court right now, sans camera, which my guess is he would have been very happy for there to be cameras in the court today to see that. But to your broader question, yes, it's a huge priority for him because it's tied to one of his main promises as a presidential candidate, and that was to reform the immigration system in the United States, and particularly to crack down on illegal immigration. And his view and their view in the administration is that birthright citizenship encourages people to cross the border and have babies. And that's what they want to stop. Now, of course, the counter view to that, and you laid this out a little bit in the introduction, is that there are decades of legal precedents for this, more than decades, and that it is enshrined in the Constitution that being born in the United States means you become a citizen. So that's what they're up against, the administration, and we'll have to see how the justices view it.
And of course, how the justices view it, I mean, are they likely, if they disagree with the White House's argument, what are their options? Because my understanding is the justices generally prefer to avoid major constitutional questions if they can decide a case based on existing law, a statute.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a Supreme Court expert, but it seems it's hard for me to imagine how they can just avoid the constitutionality here. I think that's the key. The key is whether this is in any way aligned with the Constitution. And from a layman's read, you would think that it would not be, because the words that you read earlier are pretty clear. That said, their interpretation is just totally different. And they being the administration in this case, and that's the interpretation that they want to get the justices to rule on. I think it will be very interesting in oral arguments to hear the questions, and that is, you know, for any really close Supreme Court watcher, that's the really dramatic part, is to get a sense of who's asking what and why, and then read the tea leaves based on that.
All right, let's listen in because the arguments have begun and General Sauer is speaking. Let's listen in.
Clause. When Congress used the term not subject to any foreign power in the Civil Rights Act of 1866, it rejected the British conception of allegiance. Senator Trumbull explained that subject to the jurisdiction thereof in the clause means not owing allegiance to anybody else. And in 1884, this court recognized that subject to the jurisdiction means owing direct and immediate allegiance. The clause thus does not extend citizenship to the children of temporary visa holders or illegal aliens. Unlike the newly freed slaves, those visitors lack direct and immediate allegiance to the United States. For aliens, lawful domicile is the status that creates the requisite allegiance, and the text of the clause presupposes domicile. For decades following the clause's adoption, commentators recognized that the children of temporary visitors are not citizens, and illegal aliens lack the legal capacity to establish domicile here. Unrestricted birthright citizenship contradicts the practice of the overwhelming majority of modern nations. It demeans the priceless and profound gift of American citizenship. It operates as a powerful pull factor for illegal immigration and rewards illegal aliens who not only violate the immigration laws, but also jump in front of those who follow the rules. It has spawned a sprawling industry of birth tourism, as uncounted thousands of foreigners from potentially hostile nations have flocked to give birth in the United States in recent decades, creating a whole generation of American citizens abroad with no meaningful ties to the United States. I welcome the court's questions.
General Sauer, before we get into the broader national issues, would you start with Dred Scott? Dred Scott was a case about state citizenship. It was a diversity case. And of course, we know what Chief Justice Taney did with that. How does the Citizenship Clause respond specifically to Dred Scott and answers or changes or corrects its answer as to citizenship? The other point is the Citizenship Clause refers not just to national citizenship, but also to state citizenship. Are we to have two different definitions for those? It's one word, citizens of the United States and citizens of the state wherein they reside. So as you begin, I'd like you to go back at the beginning and be more specific about the answer, and I want you to explain whether or not those two definitions are the same or related, and what state citizenship is based on.
Thank you, Justice Thomas. I'll maybe start by addressing Dred Scott. You know, as you alluded to the fact, Dred Scott, you know, imposed one of the worst injustices in the history of this court, and it led to the outbreak of the Civil War. It's very clear, and this court in all of its early cases interpreting the 14th Amendment said, the one pervading purpose, the main object of the Citizenship Clause is to overrule Dred Scott and establish the citizenship of the freed slaves. And if you look at the debates in the congressional record and discussion surrounding the adoption of the Citizenship Clause, what you see is a very clear understanding that the newly freed slaves and their children have a relationship of domicile. They do not have a relationship to any foreign power. For example, there's a comment where he says, look, people have been here for 5 generations and clearly have no relationships to any foreign African potentate, or have a relationship of allegiance to the United States. And that reinforces our point that allegiance is what the word jurisdiction means. It doesn't mean regulatory jurisdiction or sort of being merely subject to the laws. They're talking and they're thinking about it in those debates about allegiance. Now, as to your second question, if you look at the text of the clause, we believe it says, born in the United States, born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof, are citizens of the United States and the states of which they reside. So there's a constitutional guarantee that applies to both federal or national and state citizenship. And the key point we make there is that that word reside, if you look at, for example, section 1473 of Justice Story's commentaries, was understood to mean domicile. So when they say subject to the jurisdiction, and then they go on to say you're a citizen of the United States and the state in which they reside, the very text of the clause itself presupposes that the citizen is domiciled in the United States. If they're present in a state at all, they reside there. Reside means domicile in the Constitution, and we think that strongly supports our interpretation. It's textual evidence of our domicile-based theory of jurisdiction.
Well, starting with that theory, you obviously put a lot of weight on subject to the jurisdiction thereof. But the examples you give to support that strike me as very quirky. Children of ambassadors, children of enemies during a hostile invasion, children on warships. And then you expand it to the whole class of illegal aliens are here in the country. I'm not quite sure how you can get to that big group from such tiny and sort of idiosyncratic examples.
There are those sort of narrow exceptions for ambassador of foreign public ships. Tribal lineage is an enormous one that they were very focused on in the debates as well. But what I do is I invite the court to look at the intervening step, which is the enactment of the Civil Rights Act of 1866. And there they didn't say subject to the jurisdiction thereof. There it says not subject to any foreign power. Now, if you go back to Blackstone and Calvin's case, they say it does not matter if you are subject to any foreign power. If you are born in the king's domains, you have this indefeasible duty of allegiance to the king at any time. So there's a clear repudiation in the Civil Rights Act. The Civil Rights Act is this breakwater which makes it very, very clear that they are not thinking about allegiance in the terms of like the British common law. They've adopted the Republican conception of allegiance. So it's from not subject to any foreign power, and then the debates just a couple months later make it very clear that they're recodifying the same conception. They were dissatisfied with the potential ambiguity in the phrase Indians not taxed, and they adopted subject to the jurisdiction thereof. And one of the strongest statements of this is Senator Trumbull's statement that I quoted at the beginning, where he says, he's asked, what does that mean, subject to the jurisdiction thereof? And he says, it means not owing allegiance to anybody else. That is what it means. And this court picked up on that in Elk against Wilkins when it says, it uses, completely subject to the political jurisdiction, not mere regulatory jurisdiction.
All right, we've been listening to U.S. Solicitor General John Sauer arguing before the U.S. Supreme Court, and recall that President Trump is in attendance at the Supreme Court oral arguments here, and we'll be dipping back into some of those arguments. But right now, we want to convene a nice roundtable to kind of put this into context here. We have, of course, Jeff Mason, Bloomberg White House and Washington correspondent, and June Grasso, Bloomberg's legal analyst here. June, I want to start with you. Just on the legalities here, just give us a history of how this case has progressed through the courts, and what are the expectations for the Supreme Court?
Well, all the lower courts who heard this issue ruled against the government, and some of them in very sharp tones, because this has been an accepted part of American law since the end of the 1800s. So this interpretation that the Trump administration and the Solicitor General are trying to put on this, they're trying to look at the text and look at the history around it, because this is an originalist court. So what they'll do is they'll look at the text and what did the text mean at that time. So now for up until a few years ago, the text meant the same thing to everyone. But now, because of this Trump executive order, we have all these analysts, legal analysts, talking about how it is possible that it could be the way the Trump administration wants it. So this is new research that's coming out in the last couple of years. It's not what has been held for, time immemorial in this country. So what the Solicitor General is doing is he's going back and he's saying, yeah, but look at this. The question is, what does it mean subject to the jurisdiction of? That's what the whole argument is about. What do those words mean? And he's saying, well, here in this decision, you can take it this way. And so he's sort of trying to put a gloss on what was said at the time. And it really is an uphill battle, but it's surprising to me that we've even come to this point, because years ago, everyone thought that this was a ridiculous assertion.
Absolutely. Jeff Mason is our White House and Washington correspondent in our D.C. bureau. Jeff, I just want you to kind of expand on what Paul had mentioned, which is that President Trump is attending this hearing at the Supreme Court. What's the symbolism of that? And what do you think, or what do we anticipate the president wants to get out of this appearance?
Nope, think we lost Jeff. Maybe not.
To the people
There we
who...
go. Go ahead, Jeff.
Can you hear me now? You want me to try again?
No, go ahead.
Okay.
You're all good.
Okay, great. I was just saying that I think he's sending a message with that appearance very, very deliberately. And in part, excuse me, that message is to the three members of the court that he is responsible for getting them their jobs. Of course, they had to be confirmed by the Senate, but he appointed them, and not all of them have ruled in his favor on some of the other issues that have been before the court, although let's be honest, they've ruled in his favor on most, but not on one that was particularly important to him, which was tariffs, and this is also especially important to him. So I think he's demonstrating that by being in the court. If you were to get into President Trump's head, he might think that it's an intimidation move. I'm not sure intimidation is going to work with Supreme Court justices. That is their nest there. That is their home. And they're looking for the legal rationale for the decision that they're going to make, and probably not paying a great deal of attention to theatrics. But the message is very clear that he wants to get across, and that's why he's sitting there.
So I think, he is, as you said before, he's a reality show host. This is not reality TV in the Supreme Court. They don't like this kind of drama. What other president has come and sat in the Supreme Court oral arguments? I mean, think about all the cases that come up that involve the United States government. How many times Solicitor General's office is there? If he's trying to intimidate them, I think it might have the opposite effect. They're not going to be intimidated by him. Besides which, so far, I mean, how many names has he called his appointees, at least the two who didn't vote for him on the tariffs case? I mean, he's called them names, and now he's coming there and saying, I'm the president of the United States, look at me. It's just, I think, it's a position that there's more harm than good coming from him sitting there, because it's not like he couldn't hear the arguments if he wanted to.
June, just give us a sense of how the timing of this may go. We have oral arguments today. Then what happens?
So oral arguments today, and then the justices will conference on it, and then they'll make their decision, and there will be all kinds of briefs going back and forth, because you've got to believe that there'll be dissents in this case. And when the decision comes out is anyone's guess. It'll come out before the end of the term, but if you look at past terms, most of the big cases come out very close to the end of the term, if not the last day. You know that, because we've been here many days.
And the last day of the term is in?
Well, it's usually the end of June, but they have gone into July a couple, I think once. So, I mean, the question is, do they save that to the end? They deny that. They say, when it comes up, but it's kind of odd that it ends up being at the very last day. So we'll know by July 1st, I guess.
Okay.
Jeff, do we know if there's more than just this one day of hearing? Is there going to be another couple of days? I mean, this is clearly a priority for the president because he's showing up there, but he's got a lot of other things that he needs to take care of today, including an address to the nation this evening.
He's got a lot of other things indeed, but you know what? that doesn't stop him. This is a president who, in the middle of launching a war against Iran and removing Nicolas Maduro from Venezuela, also went shopping at a marble store for his ballroom, and on Sunday night brought back renderings of the ballroom on Air Force One when he was flying home from Florida. So he juggles, and this is just one of those things that he's juggling. I do want to take a second, though, just to pretend I'm a Supreme Court reporter and analyze a little bit of that, the little bit of the opening arguments that we heard. I thought it was really fascinating that Justice Thomas was the first one to jump in. This is a justice who, as June will be able to say much more authoritatively than I, went for decades without talking at all on the court, and has more recently started to weigh in a little bit more. And today, the symbolism of an African-American justice asking about Dred Scott and looking for the legal sort of basis for this argument that the administration is making, I think that's fascinating. And to me, it came across as probably, well, I'm not going to say more than that. But it was at least interesting to me that he was the first one to weigh in.
So I hate to burst that great analysis, Jeff, but
please.
since COVID, they have been asking in the first person to. That's when Justice Thomas started talking during the COVID arguments, because he was, they were all home in their own abodes. So now the chief gives the first question to Justice Thomas. So every argument you're going to see Justice Thomas ask the first question, and it's been happening since COVID.
Well, June, will all the justices ask questions during this?
Not necessarily, but what happens is at the very end, the chief goes through the list of all the justices. He says, through seniority, Justice Thomas, Justice Alito, Justice Sotomayor, any questions. And that's to eliminate what used to be, which everyone talking, it still happens sometimes, but everyone talking over each other. And Justice Scalia, they used to call it a hot bench because, they would jump in on each other. Right. And so this is a little more subdued.
All right, June Grasso.
Can I just... last thing on that, then I withdraw my smart analysis about him being first.
It was still good.
But I do think it's important that he mentioned Dred Scott, and I think the symbolism there is really fascinating.
Point taken. Jeff Mason, our White House correspondent, June Grasso, our in-house legal analyst. We're going to go back and listen to Justice Elena Kagan speaking right now.
You're using some pretty obscure sources to get to this concept.
Well, I take it straight from the framers' mouths. So, for example, Senator Trumbull was asked, what does jurisdiction mean? He means subject to the jurisdiction. He said, what does that mean? He says it means not owing allegiance to anybody else. He is the principal framer of the Civil Rights Act of 1866. Representative Bigham, who's the framer of the 14th Amendment, is asked, what does it mean in the congressional record at page 1291? He says, within the jurisdiction of the United States of parents not owing allegiance to any foreign sovereignty. And we've cited many, many examples where the congressional debates reflect that. Then you referred to the oration of George Bancroft. That's one of probably 16 sources, but there's at least 13, counting that one in the 12 treatises we cite at pages 26 to 28 of our brief. There is over a dozen sources that specifically address temporary sojourners. In the 5 decades after the enactment of the amendment, every single one of them says, well, temporary sojourners, their children are not included, including for 2 decades after Wong Kim Ark.
So if domicile's the key linchpin to your argument, and I take it that it is, do we look at how domicile was understood in 1868, or do we look at it how it's understood today in context of the INA?
The 1868 understanding, I'm not aware of a strong difference between those.
Well, here's where I'm going with it. I'm just working within your argument for a moment. Today, you can point to laws against immigration that are much more restrictive than they were in 1868. We really didn't have laws like that we do today until maybe 1880. So if somebody showed up here in 1868 and established domicile, that was perfectly fine without respect to anything, any immigration laws. There they were. And so why wouldn't we, even if we were to apply your own test, come to the conclusion that the fact that someone might be illegal is immaterial?
I would first cite Wong Kim Ark on that point, because Wong Kim Ark says you're...
Well, I'm not sure how much you want to rely on Wong Kim Ark.
But there is a statement in there that says, so long as they are permitted to be here. So Wong Kim Ark, keep in mind that by the time they decide Wong Kim Ark in 1898...
But that's 1898. Now I'm looking at 1868. You're telling me is when I should look, and the test for domicile. And the stuff you have about unlawfully present, it's like Roman law sources you're going to.
First and second restatements as well, and decisions of this court.
So it wouldn't be the INA that would control whether you're capable of having domicile. It would be whatever the law was in 1868.
I think that this is addressed by my exchange with Justice Alito from earlier, which is that this concept, jurisdiction, baking in allegiance and domicile is applied to.
So Congress could continually restrict who may lawfully be present more and more, and you would say that would be incorporated into it, even though you're telling us to apply the original meaning of 1868.
The original meaning of domicile. And so the question is there any argument that the framers intended to preclude Congress from dictating who can and who cannot establish a lawful domicile here? I don't see any evidence of that in the congressional record, so it's a natural extension.
Whose domicile matters? I mean, it's not the child, obviously. It's the parents you'd have us focus on. And, what if, is it the husband? Is it the wife? What if they're unmarried? Whose domicile?
Well, in the executive order, it draws a distinction between the mother and the father, and it's really the mother's domicile. I think that would matter there.
But 1868 matters, you're telling us. So what's the answer?
The 1868 sources talk about parental. I'm not aware of them drawing a distinction between mother or father, but they say the domicile of the child follows the domicile of the parents.
And how are we going to determine domicile? I mean, would we use contemporary sources on what qualifies as domicile in a state, or do we look in 1868? And do we have to do this for every single person?
And again, I don't see a strong distinction between those because, of course, domicile is a high-level concept, has been pretty consistent over centuries, which is lawful presence with the intent to remain permanently. That domicile, when you've come to a new nation, you say, I'm here to stay, you become part of their political community, and you become akin to a citizen. And that's reflected very strongly in the case I cited before.
And just to circle back to Justice Kagan's point, it's striking that in none of the debates do we have parents discussed. We have the child's citizenship and the focus of clauses on the child, not on the parents. And you don't see domicile mentioned in the debates. The absence is striking.
I think the 19th century sources would say a newborn child lacks the capacity to form a domicile, so they're imputed the domicile of their parents. So I don't think they would have seen a distinction between children and parents. And I point out that their position, like ours, is forced to look at the domicile of the parents because we look at the exceptions that they accept, like
I'm talking about
tribal Indians and so forth.
I'm talking about in the debates over the 14th Amendment and the Civil Rights Act. It's striking that these concepts aren't discussed in them.
I think domicile is discussed. I mean, it's brought up in many...
Allegiance, jurisdiction, complete jurisdiction.
Well, I mean, here's just a few examples. Page 1679 of the congressional record, President Johnson vetoes the first version of the Civil Rights Act, and he says, I can't sign this because it would extend citizenship to the children of, quote, all domiciled aliens and foreigners, even if not naturalized. And you have all the other sources we cited that say, this is a deeply rooted 19th century understanding. It's reflected in the Venus. It's reflected in the Pizarro in 1814 and 1817. It carries through the 19th century, and this court is talking about it in 1892 and 1893 when it's discussing the Chinese Exclusion Acts. Domicile is the key concept that creates allegiance. That's
General,
so
you said in your reply brief that the children of slaves who were brought here unlawfully, in defiance of laws forbidding the slave trade, would in fact be citizens. And we can imagine that their parents were not only brought here in violation of United States law, but were here against their will, and so maybe felt allegiance to the countries where they were from. And you say that the purpose of the 14th Amendment was to put all slaves on equal footing, newly freed slaves on equal footing, and so they would be citizens. But that's not textual. So how do you get there? You say it in just a few sentences, so can you elaborate?
Sure. If you look at I think if you look at the 19th century sources, what you see is that even though their entry may have been unlawful, 19th century antebellum law never treated their presence as unlawful. In fact, quite the opposite. One of the amici, in fact, points to like a Mississippi statute, which probably is replicated throughout the South before the Civil War, that says slaves in Mississippi have an indefeasible domicile in Mississippi. In other words, even if they run away, if they get away, Mississippi says, nope, you still live here. right? And so it would be astonishing, in other words, for the opponents of the 14th Amendment to say, oh, you know, these people were not domiciled and therefore it goes the other way, because actually U.S. law, even if they were brought in illegally and through an illegal slave trade, once they were there by
their
law,
intent is to return as soon as they can, let's say. So they're here, they're resident, and maybe under your theory, I mean, which says, well, lawfulness for a different purpose, but they're here, they're resident, let's take your assumption that they're not here unlawfully. But let's say they don't have an intent to stay. They want to escape and go back the second they can. Are they domiciled?
Under the 19th century law, I mean, I think this is the flip side of the hypothetical that we were talking about earlier. Under 19th century law, they are treated as domiciled in the United States, so it'd be astonishing. And the debates in the congressional floor talk about not this specific case, but to say, look, slaves who have been forced to come here and have been here are lawfully domiciled here. I mean, they don't use the ways domiciled like they use allegiance. They say they don't have allegiance to, once they've been forced to come here, they don't have allegiance to any foreign or African potentate, and therefore they're...
General, that goes. How would that apply to the children of illegally trafficked people today? Would the same reasoning apply?
It would turn on whether the parents are lawfully domiciled in the United States.
So if they're brought in illegally, but then they choose to remain and they want to remain and they're domiciled, you would say that their lawful presence is not dictated by whether they were brought here lawfully or not. And that's different from someone who, say, crosses the border unlawfully.
Yeah, I think it would turn on whether their presence is lawful.
General,
in other words, obviously there may be many other important things that could be done to assist people like that. The question is, if they give birth to someone in the United States, that person naturally a citizen, that would turn, based on the original public meaning of the clause, on the lawfulness of their presence. Are they domiciled?
General, can I ask you a question?
All right, that was Solicitor General John Sauer arguing in front of the Supreme Court, again, on the constitutionality of automatic citizenship when folks are born here in the U.S. We are joined, a nice, smart roundtable here to discuss this. Jeff Mason, Bloomberg White House and Washington correspondent June Grasso, legal analyst for Bloomberg. Jeff, let's start with you here. I have to be honest, before this executive order from President Trump, I didn't even know this was really an issue. How does this poll with his base? It's one thing to shut the borders if you're characterizing all those people as, you know, being let out of a prison, but this is something different. Is this important to his base?
Well, it's certainly it's a little different, but it's connected. And the broad issue, of course, for President Trump and for his base is to crack down on illegal immigration and to try to give a disincentive for people to cross over the borders into the United States without having done it in a legal way. And their argument, some of which you were hearing from John Sauer in the Supreme Court, is that the U.S. law or the U.S. precedent, which is what he's fighting against right now, essentially encourages people to come into the U.S. and give birth to children who then receive that citizenship. You asked me about polling. I don't know the answer to that in terms of what the polling is specifically on the MAGA base and birthright citizenship, but my guess is it's also very popular because the president's broad immigration agenda is very popular with his base and is one of the primary reasons, among a few others, that he came back to power.
All right, so we had been listening to the first 30 minutes of the opening arguments, and June Grasso, host of Bloomberg Law and our legal analyst here at Bloomberg Radio, there was a lot of back and forth. Is that typical of the opening moments of this kind of event?
It is typical. It's very typical. And I think what you heard was a lot of pushback from justices on both sides of the ideological spectrum. You heard Elena Kagan talking about how obscure, because as we talked about before, this is an argument that they have sort of been coming to for the last couple of years, and they've been reaching for obscure references to try to interpret the word subject to the jurisdiction of. And you heard Justice Gorsuch talking about, well, you're going back to Roman law. And Justice Barrett also talking about, because their position is very difficult, I think. Now, when you listen to the oral arguments and you hear one side, you think, oh, that side is, losing because the justices are asking all these questions. We have to wait and hear what questions they ask of the ACLU lawyer. And even then, you've heard a zillion times, you can't tell from the oral arguments. I think that's not so true, but sometimes true.
Supreme Court overturn something that's got decades of precedence. I mean, is that something that takes extra effort on their part?
I think it will take extra effort in this case in particular, but I mean, they do, and they have overturned precedents from I mean, 40 years ago, I mean, you're talking about union precedents from 40 years ago, you know, Roe v. Wade.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
it can be
Yeah,
done. They
it can
can
be
do it if they want to.
All right. Jeff Mason, thanks so much for joining us. Jeff Mason's Bloomberg White House and Washington correspondent, and June Grasso, Bloomberg legal analyst. Bloomberg Law airs at 6 p.m. Eastern this evening on Bloomberg Radio. So June will have a lot more for you on this important day for the Supreme Court. Again, made even more so, more unique, I guess, by the presence of President Trump at these oral arguments. We don't see that.
We've never seen that before, in fact. And of course, all the cameras were there to capture him walking into the Supreme Court, and they'll be there when he walks out. But there are no cameras inside the Supreme Court during the arguments, and I guess for good reason, but I wonder if that's going to be the case, because this is a president who thrives on kind of making a big show out of everything.
And it seems like there are cameras everywhere these day and age.
Yep.
And people expect to get video of everything. And so why would the Supreme Court be different?
In
I
fact,
don't know how to place it.
June was reminding us that there wasn't even audio available until during COVID when they put that provision in. So
Yep, so we'll see how it plays out.
technology is starting to catch up here.
Yep. All right, looking at the markets here, we continue to hold on to the gains here. The S&P's up 44.6%. The Nasdaq's up 230 points. That's 1%. We've got oil down about $2 a barrel for WTI and Brent. WTI is now $99.20, below that $100 level. A lot more coming up. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers Studio, I'm Alexis Christoforous, and this Bloomberg Business Flash is brought to you by EisnerAmper. Most advisors tell you what happened. EisnerAmper tells you what to do about it. Assurance, tax, outsourcing, and advisory services built for businesses that can't afford to guess. EisnerAmper.com. Well, it looks like investors are in an optimistic mood after a rally that led stocks to their biggest one-day gain in 10 months on hopes the war with Iran will soon be over. S&P 500 up 46 points now. Dow Jones Industrial Average up 276 points, a gain of 0.6%. NASDAQ Composite up better than 1%, or 245 points. We have in the oil pits, Brent crude briefly slipped below $100 a barrel after President Trump said he expects the war in Iran to end in 2 to 3 weeks. Brent is now at 101.75 the barrel, down more than 2%. WTI crude also down about 2% at 99.35 the barrel. We've got the Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index down about 0.4% at 1210.84. Spot gold up about 2% at 47.50 the ounce. In stock news, Nike down 14% to the lowest level in a decade. It's also the biggest loser in the S&P 500 after the company gave a gloomy outlook for the year ahead and said its turnaround is taking longer than expected. And shares of RH, formerly Restoration Hardware, plunging nearly 23%, hitting its lowest intraday level in about 6 years. The upscale furniture company forecasting revenue that disappointed investors. Analysts say the forecast is pressured by execution and supply chain disruptions. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Alexis Christoforous. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Paul and Scarlett.
Alexis, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweetie, we're live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube and on Bloomberg.com. Red headline just crossing the Bloomberg terminal. They just keep coming. Top Gulf aluminum producer EGA halted smelter after Iran strike. I'm looking at aluminum on my Bloomberg screen, up 1.7% here today, which is perfect segue for Mike McGlone, senior commodity strategist for Bloomberg Intelligence. Mike, talk to us about the aluminum market. I guess we all have to get smart on that today. What can you tell us about the aluminum market?
The key thing to think about aluminum market is about less than 10% of supply comes from the Middle East Gulf area. 60% is from China. So yes, this is a factor. It's an issue. It's cutting off global supply. It's the fog of war. But in the macro big picture, it's actually more destructive in the big picture. It's going to boost prices in the short term, which will curtail demand, bring on supply. But the key thing overall big picture is, why is everything going up? Partly because of the hostilities and crude oil spiking. But number one thing to remember about crude oil is typically its own worst enemy. And we're seeing that now. It was in 2008. It was in 2022, but the difference this time, it's global, it's spiking, and now it's triggering a global recession, more supply potentially, a curtailed demand, and major issue in consumer sentiment and capital budgeting decisions, which means a downward trend. And the key thing to think about here is the potential wealth destruction that's kicking in.
Yeah, especially when it comes to oil. To go back to what Paul was saying about Emirates Global Aluminum, which is EGA, that is the region's top supplier, and it did say over the weekend that it sustained significant damage at its site in Abu Dhabi. You had mentioned that the Middle East only accounts for about 1/10 of global production. Why is the impact so amplified then? What do inventories look like that might account for the outsized reaction?
Well, before this came out, our BI strategists thought aluminum was becoming oversupply, was more likely headed towards 2,400. Now we're near 3,500, and they say, well, if this continues, it might head towards $4,000 a ton. So it's shifted the narrative, but a lot of this, Carl, I think, is the risks of it continuing hostility from Iran. That's it. I think it's probably the fog of war, and it's oftentimes these are peak eaklings. For instance, crude oil probably peaked around 120, and now it's starting to tick lower. Aluminum's seeing its moment right now. Look what happened to copper. Copper put in a new high early in the year. It was up 15%, and then it ended up dropping almost 20%. Same in silver, same in gold, same in natural gas. So that's kind of what's happening. Right now, it's the pumps period for things like aluminum and crude oil, but everything else has been shifting to dumps, partly because that's what happens. You go up too much, and you shift back lower, particularly if the stock market keeps going down.
Yeah, Mike, we've seen the stock market today and yesterday kind of bouncing back, trying to look through and kind of jump on President Trump's comments that this is shorter rather than longer issue here. Not so much in the oil market. Oil market's hanging on to these higher for longer. Does that simply reflect that we haven't seen any concrete moves to open the strait?
So here's a call for you, Paul. I think by the midterms, WTI crude oil is going to be closer to $40 a barrel, 40, than 100. And there's one good indication for that. You have to skate to where the puck's going in crude oil. And that December contract, that December future right now is $70 to $71 a barrel. It got to near 80. It's going to be front month right before the elections. And what does Mr. Trump need? And the key thing to remember here, there's the demand versus supply in the U.S. and Canada for crude oil and liquid fuels is collapsing. There's a surplus now of 8 million barrels a day. When crude oil peaked in 2008 at 147, it was a deficit. This spike in prices is bringing on people to sell forward, like that December contract, bring on some more supply, which means profits and lower prices as things kick in. And the bottom line is consumers are really being squeezed by the spike in distillates, in gasoline and diesel. To me, this is very similar to 2008, but worse, because then U.S. was a net importer, now we're a net exporter. So it's very much favorable to U.S., but it's not favorable for prices as we get towards midterms.
Right. It's favorable for the U.S. It's favorable for WTI, which is the U.S. benchmark. What does this picture mean for Brent, the global benchmark, and for all the oil importing nations out there in Europe, in Asia?
Global recession. There's, you have it right now, Scarlett. So I have to ask myself, what is this doing for consumer sentiment and capital budgeting decisions? And, you know, consumers in this country were very much waning well before this happened. So I think it's the classic shutoff that we saw in 2008 when initially the price of gasoline got to 4. But this is the rest of the world. And before this happened, they were already facing the tariffs from the U.S. and deflationary forces from all those exports from China going to the rest of the world. And the bottom line, I think, is this is all happening with the U.S. stock market. Very expensive, very complacent. And the main thing, I think, is gold warned us. When gold spiked last year, to me, that was the warning. Now it's making more sense what's happening this year. It warned us we're going to get volatility, and it's all trickling over to the stock market, which means everything goes down eventually.
All right, and just a follow on to that headline about EGA halting its smelter after the Iran strike, we're seeing shares of Alcoa and Century Aluminum rise to session highs. So the U.S. aluminum producers are climbing on the news that the Emirates Global of Aluminum, the EGA company, has halted its smelter. Mike, I want to go back to you and talk a little bit about the president's address to the nation this evening at 9 p.m. Is the oil market bracing for any kind of commentary that could move oil prices dramatically? I mean, what would you look for in terms of positioning to determine whether that's the case?
Well, the key theme I saw this morning is there will be no ceasefire until the straits opening. Now, there's so many quotes from Mr. Trump, which is part of his strategy. And that's a key thing. We have to be very careful of these pie-in-the-sky expectations and all these things coming out. Iran, they sell, they get headlines. But what really matters, I think, from this is he's going to try to soothe the markets. And I think his advisors are telling you, sorry, we have to clear up the strait. We have to close that. And we have to clean it up and get out and make it clean before you get out. Otherwise, your legacy is ruined. Republicans are ruined. And it probably means a global recession. And by the way, the number one issue is affordability. And right now, stock market going up and gasoline prices stock market going down, gasoline prices going up is really bad from consumer sentiment. By the time we get to midterms, you have to make sure you have a path to make that better.
You know, it's this time of year where we're no longer jealous of Mike McClone. He's got 80 and sunny. We're going to push 80 today here in New York. So, I mean, Mike, you can have it. We're getting our spring here. Mike McClone,
finally.
Senior Commodity Strategist. Yeah, finally. He's a Senior Commodity Strategist for Bloomberg Intelligence. He's based down there in Miami, sporting the year-round tan. But he is our go-to person on commodities. And we'll get to pork bellies next time with Mike here. What are you looking at, Scarlett?
I'm looking at the market overall because there was a lot of talk about how the spike in stock prices yesterday was due to a lot of short covering.
Yep.
And so it wouldn't last. But we're seeing some follow through of buying here with the S&P 500 up 0.9%. There was a lot of short interest in the overall market. So yesterday's comments or reports that both Iran and President Trump are looking for some kind of off-ramp caused a lot of people to cover those shorts. Where do we go forward from here? The address tonight is going to hopefully kind of set the tone.
That's a great point. I'm glad you brought that up because we have no idea. I don't think anybody has any idea what the president will say at 9 o'clock. Since he tweets so often, you kind of know where he is, but we'll see how it goes. So again, stocks moving higher here. I'm looking at the WEI function. That also gives me a sense of volume. Volumes are trading 15 to 30% above 30-day averages. So people are buying today and they're buying in size, and that gives you a little sense of the conviction and breadth of the market. A little more coming up. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Good morning, Bloomberg Intelligence with Paul Sweeney and Scarlett Fu. And one of the stocks that we're keeping an eye on, especially as this market extends a rally from yesterday, is Nike. No rally there because shares of Nike down almost 14% after its latest earnings report. The last quarter was fine. It's the outlook that has people a little bit concerned. Lily Meyer is our retail reporter, and she joins us. Actually, is she here?
I don't.
Yeah, she is. Okay, I'm sorry. I thought she was going to be in studio, but I was wrong. Okay, Lily, right. Great to speak with you. What is it specifically that Nike said that got people concerned? Because we've been conditioned to really understand that Nike is in turnaround mode, so it's not going to be a straight line up.
Yeah, exactly. And I think they're still fair to say they're in turnaround. What really spooked investors was they shared that the outlook for revenue for the year is just much lower than the street expected. They're still having challenges with Converse. They're now seeing some challenges in EMEA, and that's offset some of the gains in North America and in the running category.
Lily, talk to us about the inventories, because I know that was a big issue for this company. Hey, let us just kind of get through weaning down our inventory, and then we'll be in good shape. I thought they were making progress there, and I think I'm probably representing the market here because the market, I guess, was surprised here. Talk to us about inventory.
Yeah, so one place that inventories came up this quarter that was interesting is they said that they're seeing some elevated inventories in EMEA, in Europe, in the Middle East, and they're also seeing some traffic disruption there from the war.
What is it specifically with China that's been an issue? Because inventories has been a problem there, but it goes beyond that. I mean, it goes to a weakness in consumer spending and rising competition, but Nike has been really struggling to get its China business, its greater China business, back to what it was.
Yeah, exactly. So I would say it's, a lot of increased competition there. And this quarter, they did show some improvement in Greater China. I think, things turned around a little bit more than was expected, but still not enough to excite investors.
And one area that's really been weak for Nike is Converse. I don't know about you, but I love Converse sneakers, but I'm also
Chuck
old.
Taylors.
Yep, exactly. And Converse sales fell more than expected. I think you have something like a 15-year low in your stories. What is going on there? Because it has attracted some interest.
Yeah, so Converse has been one of the most stubborn parts of the business to turn around under Elliott Hill. So I think, Nike has really relied on Converse for the Chuck Taylor, but has struggled to diversify outside of that. So they're trying to make a basketball push, but, we're not seeing a lot of progress in that area. And, we reported yesterday that they, Authentic Brands has expressed some interest in Converse. So we'll see what happens there. Nike has said, they're still invested in Converse, but it hasn't turned around yet.
It's Lily, just for Nike overall, when I think of them as just one of the great consumer product brands with just the, the coolest cutting edge, leading edge kind of products. It feels like maybe they've lost that. How concerned are people that they've just kind of lost the feel for the market?
Yeah, I think innovation was definitely a concern prior to Elliott joining. So under John Donahoe, one of the biggest concerns was there was a lack of innovation. Nike was relying too much on some of their lifestyle products. So on the Dunks, the Air Jordan ones, the Air Force ones. Elliott has really refocused the business around sport, and he's been trying to innovate in that category. Nike had some new product come out around the Olympics. So I think that's an area to watch closely, seeing how much innovation they're able to pump out.
And speaking of Elliott Hill, he's been on the job for now 1.5 years. Does he own everything that's happened, or does he still get a little bit of a pass? I imagine that it's frustrating for investors. It's frustrating for him as well to kind of see this stop and start progress.
Yeah, so I think that in one of our stories today, we said that shares are down more than 35% since he started, despite him executing a new strategy. He, on a call with employees, said he was so tired, of talking about fixing the business. I think he's definitely it seems like he's starting to feel some of the frustration there of the business not turning around.
Lily, thanks so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. Lily Meyer, she's a retail reporter for Bloomberg News, giving us the latest on Nike shares. Again, disappointing results from Nike. disappointing guidance, and you're seeing that in the stock here. Stock trading down pretty significantly. And again, this was probably, I remember in the last quarter or two, a lot of analysts were saying, all right, I think I'm calling the bottom here. I think they're getting past this inventory issue. They can start focusing on growth again. And I think that's where a lot of the consensus was. So when they put out this number today, boy, a big reaction. Stock off 14% today. And this is not a small cap company. This is $67 billion in market cap, setting a 52-week low here today. The stock's down 28% year to date. So back to the woodshed.
Back to the woodshed. I mean, maybe time to like rethink the strategy, the one that they're putting in place, because as you mentioned, investors were looking for growth. The consensus estimate was for 2% gains this quarter and bigger gains for the rest of the year. And instead, Nike's saying revenue will fall as much as 4% this quarter and will stay in low single digits for the rest of the year. That is not a growth story.
And just looking around at the young folks at Bloomberg, most of them wear sneakers.
They're not wearing Nikes?
They're wearing other brands that I'm not aware of, like Hoka.
On Holdings,
like those things, like not even in my generation. So to me, it's just, Nike was it. And they had 500 different things to choose from.
My cohort wears Onitsuka Tigers.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, I've seen a lot of people like exactly my demographic wearing the same sneakers, and I realized I'm a type.
Yep, exactly right. All right, very good. Nike. Tough day for them. For our listeners in the U.S., a reminder, you can listen to us via satellite radio on Sirius XM Channel 121. Access the world's only global audio business network coast to coast 24 hours a day. Bloomberg Radio on Sirius XM Channel 121 is presented by Golden Crest Metals. Stay tuned for the latest market news and industry research. The next hour of Bloomberg Intelligence starts right now.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney.
How do you think the Fed is looking at tariffs, the uncertainty of tariffs?
Let's take a look at the sectors and how they performed.
A lot of investors getting whipsawed every day by news events.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Could we see a market disruption, a market event?
Are people just too exuberant out there?
You see some so-called low-quality stocks driving this short-term rally.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio, Originals and the Bloomberg Business app.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Intelligence. We are broadcasting live from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in Midtown Manhattan. We are streaming live on YouTube and on Bloomberg.com/video. Paul Sweeney and Scarlett Fu here with you as we look at the stock market extending yesterday's rally, and oil prices at the moment are lower by 2%. So we're going to check in with, of course, everyone to talk about these markets, but we're also going to get an update on what's happening at the Supreme Court, where the president has shown up to hear the opening arguments on his effort to reverse birthright citizenship. Tyler Kendall, our Washington correspondent, will be giving us the latest there. We're going to check in with Ed Ludlow, our BTech co-host, who joins us from the Kennedy Space Center on NASA launching astronauts to the moon for the first time in half a century. Sylvia Jablonski, CEO and CIO of Defiance ETFs, will discuss her outlook for these markets. And Lindsay Dutch, our Consumer Hardlines senior analyst, will recap earnings from RH, Restoration Hardware, as well as talk about what's going on with Mattel. But first, let's bring in Charlie Pellet for Bloomberg Business Flash. Charlie.
Hi, thank you very much, Scott. Lots of moving parts to this market. We got you covered here at Bloomberg. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all pushing higher, building on yesterday's surge. S&P 500 index right now, best level of the day, up 63, 65.91 where we stand on that index, up now by 1%. Stocks are climbing. Oil is sliding on war and optimism. Dow Industrials up 400, even up by about 0.9%. NASDAQ Composite Index now up 314, up another 1.5%. The VIX now with a 23 handle, the 10-year 4.30%, the 2-year 3.78%. Gold up $95 the ounce, up 2%, 47.62 on the precious metal. Crude, West Texas Intermediate back below 100, 99.02 right now, down 2.3%. Brent, the global benchmark, 101.44 now, down by 2.4%. We are watching Nike shares sell off, down now by 13.8%. Nike down after the retailer gave us a surprisingly gloomy outlook for the year ahead. Now, Lily Meyer follows the company for Bloomberg News. She was a guest moments ago right here on Bloomberg Intelligence.
What really spooked investors was they shared that the outlook for revenue for the year is just much lower than the street expected. They're still having challenges with Converse. They're now seeing some challenges in EMEA, and that's offset some of the gains in North America and in the running category.
Again, shares of Nike down 13.8%. Lily Meyer interviewed right here on Bloomberg Intelligence. We mentioned crude oil moving lower, but elsewhere in the aluminum industry, we are keeping an eye on a top Gulf aluminum producer that has halted its smelter after an Iran strike. Alcoa shares today, they're up by 5.7%. And another aluminum producer, Century Aluminum, CENX on the ticker, up now by 6.2%. Bottom line here, stocks are rallying again. West Texas Intermediate just above $99 a barrel. Scarlett and Paul, that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Well, Charlie Pella, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney, we're live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York City. Sunny, warm New York City, which is very cool.
For a change.
Yeah, exactly. I tell you, a spring day in the city, nothing beats it, man. The park, people are out having a good time. It's just awesome.
You go away in the winter, you stay around in the spring.
Yep, that's how
you can go away for the summer again.
Yep, a lot going on out there. As Charlie was just reporting, we got some green on the screen here. Let's take a look at some stocks on the move today. For that, we're joined by Bloomberg's Christina Aquino. Christine, what are you looking at today?
All right, Paul, let's start with Intel today. Those shares are roaring at the moment. So ticker INTC. Shares extending now up 9.4% on the day. And that is because Intel agreed to pay $14 billion to buy back half of a plant in Ireland. I don't know how you buy half of a plant, but Intel is doing it. They are buying it back from Apollo, who was the previous buyer. And so apparently the transaction is going to be financed with cash in hand, as well as the issuance of about $6.5 billion in new debt. Now, investors are thinking that this is a positive sign for Intel because they spent much of 2025 in cost-cutting mode. And so the fact that they're spending money and investing in infrastructure, particularly as they try to get into the AI infrastructure space, that is all being taken positive by the market.
My boy, Frank Yeary, who I worked with back at Solomon, he's the chairman of the board, didn't tell me about throw a phone call out to Frank and say, what are you guys doing?
Yeah. Explain the strategy here.
He's always smart.
Why half a plant instead of a full plant? That's what I'd like to know.
Maybe in due time. Let's talk about some defense contractors.
Absolutely, Scarlett. Let's talk about Boeing in particular because that's a big winner as well today. So ticker BA, those shares also climbing on the day. They are now up, let's have a look here, more than 5%, so extending some of those earlier gains. And that is because the Pentagon announced a partnership with Boeing as well as Lockheed Martin to triple the production capacity of Seekers for the Patriot Advanced Capability 3 missile segment enhancement. That is a lot of words to say missiles, but there you go. And so Boeing now involved in this deal as well. And the Pentagon also saying that it's going to be a 7-year agreement with Boeing. It's going to be part of its recent agreement with Lockheed to more than triple the output for these Patriot Seeker missiles. And so analysts are noting that the tripling of production is well in excess of, I think it was initially an implied 750 per year in delivery in 2030, which was earlier referenced in October 2025. So those shares benefiting from that as well.
Okay, very good. One more. What do we got?
Let's take a look at Nike. Big downer of a stock today. So ticker NKE. Again, those shares extending their opening declines. They are now down more than 14%. So we know, of course, Nike did have a disappointing forecast for the year ahead. They said that revenue is expected to decline in the current quarter. It's going to be down for the rest of the calendar year. Now, a Bloomberg News exclusive also taking a look at this recording of an all-hands staff meeting where the CEO, Elliot Hill, talking to staff, basically airing his frustration about the situation. He said, quote, "I am so tired, and I know you are too, of talking about fixing the business. I want to move to inspiring and driving growth and having fun." But clearly the vibes are off. They're not having fun at the moment.
And we can report, Scarlett, that Christina Aquino is wearing Nikes.
I am wearing Nikes today.
Yeah, and you are a Nike fan. You're looking at buying more Nikes too.
Exactly. I have a couple of pairs currently in my basket at the moment. So I don't know if that's going to help turn around their business, but you know, I'm doing my
Nike
part.
needs more customers like you. That's the plan.
Exactly.
Maybe we should go talk to Elliot Hill. Christina Aquino, thank you so much. She is our managing editor here at MLive Go for her markets blog. Be sure to check it out on the Bloomberg Terminal. And for more conversations like what you just heard, subscribe to our Stock Movers Reports, where we offer 5-minute audio reports on the biggest biggest winners and losers in the stock market. You can find it on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or anywhere you listen. So President Trump has a busy day today. I mean, he began this morning by going to the Supreme Court, where he is currently in attendance as the Supreme Court listens to opening arguments on the White House's bid to reverse birthright citizenship, to change what it means to be a citizen here in the United States. Let's bring in Tyler Kendall. She is our Washington correspondent, and she is right outside the Supreme Court. Tyler, what can you tell us so far about the hearing?
Well, Scarlett, we're about an hour into oral arguments here at the Supreme Court, and we're not expecting there to be a ruling today, but essentially what we're looking for are those signals, those clues that court watchers want to see that could give us an indication on how these justices may weigh in when it comes to this case in specific. Now, we can say going into today, some conservative justices, including Brett Kavanaugh, had already signaled to us that they may be skeptical about some of the administration's arguments here, and we're starting to see that echoed as the Solicitor General John Sauer is taking questions from these justices as we speak. For example, Chief Justice John Roberts calling one of Sauer's arguments, quote, quirky. He also said, take a listen to this quote, it's a new world, but it's the same Constitution, because part of this is that the Trump administration is trying to argue that when, well, we can back up. This is essentially about the citizenship clause under the 14th Amendment, and the Trump administration has tried to argue that the drafters weren't thinking about undocumented immigration at that time, and therefore it shouldn't be applied as broadly. Paul and Scarlett, we did hear at least one justice appear to signal some sympathy to that argument. That was Samuel Alito, but at this point we haven't heard yet quite from the challenger side. They're up next. The ACLU brought this class action lawsuit, and we'll hear from their lawyer next. But until that happens, we can't really give a full picture on exactly how these justices are weighing in.
Tyler, as Scarlett mentioned, the president certainly has a busy schedule today. At 9 p.m. Eastern time, he's scheduled to speak to the nation. Do we have any idea what the topic is, what he's going to say, why now?
Well, Paul, at this point, the White House has outlined that, of course, it's going to be about Iran, and we can take some clues from what the president has focused on over the last 24 hours, mainly taking aim at some of our NATO allies. Just yesterday, of course, posting that he is urging our NATO allies to open the Strait of Hormuz, go in and take the energy supplies themselves. Paired that with recent comments this morning in an interview with The Telegraph, saying that he is seriously reconsidering the U.S. being part of the NATO alliance. Pair that then with his Secretary of State Marco Rubio overnight saying that it's time to, quote, re-examine the alliance. I think it is probably safe to say that we could expect the president to pile on that criticism and that pressure of our allies on this backdrop, as we know that the administration has been telegraphing at least that they think that this war could conclude in the next 2 or 3 weeks, in President Trump's own words. Yet still we are getting so many headlines, including this morning, President Trump saying that the U.S. will not agree to a ceasefire unless the Strait of Hormuz is opened. There's been no indication that Iran has offered that there could be a unconditional cease in the hostilities just yet, but that of course is raising questions here about exactly where these negotiations stand, since Iran won't confirm that they're happening, but the U.S. says that they are gaining strength.
And of course, on the U.S. side, the negotiators for America would be Jared Kushner, as well as the president's friend, Steve Witkoff, his kind of emissary overall. Do we know whether discussions are still taking place with whoever is representing Iran in Pakistan as its role as a mediator?
Right, so we've gotten some indications from the administration that these diplomatic talks are underway. Take Secretary Pete Hegseth just yesterday saying that these talks are, quote, gaining strength, but also maintaining that the U.S. will continue to strike Iran until that agreement is in place. At the same time, you also had President Trump saying that he doesn't necessarily need an agreement to be in place in order to end the U.S. military operation, and instead reiterated that the main goal here is that the U.S. wants to ensure that Iran will not be able to obtain a nuclear weapon with or without a finalized deal. So a lot of different threads that we could pull on, Scarlett, but the administration maintains that they are talking with Iran, though a new statement out from the Iranian foreign minister earlier today through Iranian state TV saying that they are rejecting President Trump's assertion that these talks are happening or that the U.S. could have a say in what happens to the future of the Strait of Hormuz.
Tyler, I can tell it's loud where you are. There's a lot going on where you are. It's better than it was this morning, Scar, that she had to contend with competing, I think, like marching bands and banging
Protesters,
drums.
right?
Protesters. Tyler, just remind us what the timing is here. We have arguments today, but we're not going to hear from the Supreme Court for a while, are we?
Probably not, Paul. They're going to likely rule by July. The Supreme Court term ends in June. This is a highly, highly anticipated case, and there's a lot at stake here for President Trump, considering that he has been under pressure when it comes to his hardline immigration policies. I can tell you I have a direct view of the U.S. Capitol Rotunda right now, and the backdrop, of course, is that the Department of Homeland Security is still in a government shutdown over disagreements about the president's hardline policy tactics. But the fact that he is here today at the Supreme Court really shows that he is doubling down, and it is quite a scene here. As you mentioned, a lot of protesters, also probably a scene inside the courtroom. We don't have live photos inside, but we know that he is sitting just feet away from those justices who he has often criticized after we saw that landmark ruling where I was there with you in New York when it happened, when they overturned his tariff policy. So a lot of drama today here in Washington.
A lot of drama, and as we were mentioning earlier, there is live audio feed of the arguments taking place in the Supreme Court, but it's the first time. Well, no, I had said that that had not happened before. Previously, there used to be audio feeds, but it would come a day later.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. Thank you to June Grasso for that. So thank you so much, Tyler Kendall. We'll let you get back into the shade because Tyler's sitting outside the Supreme Court right now. She's our Bloomberg Washington correspondent. Let's switch gears and move over now to Florida, where Ed Ludlow, our BTech co-host, is standing by. He is at the Kennedy Space Center. And Ed, very exciting. There's going to be a lot happening today, this evening, specifically with NASA astronauts poised to lift off on a 10-day journey. Tell us why this is so significant.
It's significant because this is America through NASA trying to take humans to the moon for the first time in more than 50 years. In this instance, in Artemis 2, the name of the mission, there will be no attempt to land on the moon. But it has been since the Apollo era that America's even tried, right? So much of America's and the world's space activity has been focused on low Earth orbit, and it's part of this bigger goal of America establishing a presence, landing on the moon's surface as early as 2028. Within the background, the geopolitical context that China has similar ambitions, right? They have said 2030, so the race is on. And this Artemis 2 mission is a critical dress rehearsal, if you like, to test those key rocket and launch systems, as well as the Orion spacecraft developed by Lockheed Martin.
You know, Ed, I'm old enough to remember we've already done this, been there, done that. I, for one, I think I speak for a lot of folks in my generation, we're like, hey, we've already done this. Can't you guys come up with something new? What's the bigger reason on the back end to go back to the moon?
Yeah, I mean, it is politics, right? You know, there is a camp of people that believe there is a future where we rely on access to the moon's surface, an established base for resources. Literally in the context of minerals. There is the space industry perspective that if humankind and America has an ambition to get to Mars, the best way to do that is to launch eventually from the moon's surface or use the moon as an issue of resource. But beyond that, you know, the other way of looking at it is, why have we not done this since the Apollo era? You know, I don't know, Paul, I'm not going to comment on your age, but you know, what Kennedy said famously in the early